squad now, got a drive now. It's a club hopping, jewelry shopping, girl you shining, girl you finding, yeah you mine. That's why I'm feeling like diamond. I treat you like my last dime, go broke, no joke. I cut your hoes off, I kill the rose coat. I put the doors on, she like to show off. Some bitches sneaky, some bitches doors off. I put a ring on it, they got a ring to it. On my knees for you, I be doing how he do it. I cannot speak for you, but I know they here for it. I speak your language, don't tell you things on it. Like girl, you dangerous, now I ain't seen you. Not till I see you, I'll treat you like queen do it. Let me sing to you, niggas be the main music. I fell in love, I fell in love. That's okay, that's sweet love. Oh my God, I fell in love, with the love. Show me love, I give you love. Fell in love, I fell in love. I want it, for the love. Show me love, fell in love. If that's okay, some love.
I'm off the money to see the lean. That's why I'm over retarded. Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Cut on my head. One in the head. Send in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just slow your tone. Shoot it in. My sister. Look at your body. Next day I forget it. Nigga, just go to bud. And it's on the game. Nigga, I was just with him. Niggas on my villain niggas on my killing niggas as a kid. Nigga, I've been drilling niggas, but I'm so stuck in my ways. Nobody ever gave me shit with this big chip, I had to get paid. And the same game gon' stay. And you know the streets getting lit. Baby, welcome to the party. I want the money to see the lead. That's why I'm over retarded. Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. One in the head. Send in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just slow your tone. Cause you can hear it's big when I pull up my POA. I'll make a call to school. I better get that at the door. I bet I send it to the Lord. Got a bad bitch from overseas.
Fell in love, and that's okay. Some love, we in that bed. Give me eggs, I want that. Just stay. Close your eyes, don't shed no tears. Keep it dark, close the shade. My bitch, you wanna leave? You fuck me slow, go do your thing. Let's have some beach, let's have some scenes. Great body, make scenes.
Abdullah Hashmi representing Uganda. Your following athletes in the last and welcome in these parts, Yassine Litimi. And last but not least, this kid has good numbers, bringing out Hassan Mohammed. Thank you, athletes. We have one more athlete to bring out, Mohammed Hashmi from Iran. Let's hear it one more time for the athletes in our first session. Round of applause as they exit the platform area back to the warm-up. Thank you very much, athletes, for your first session. 2 minutes, T-minus 2 minutes to lift off. 2-minute warning.
All right, folks, if you're just tuning in, we just got through our athlete announcements for the group of 9 males that will be coming up onto the platform in about 2 to 3 more minutes. If you're just tuning in, my name is Daniel. I am going to be your host today for the broadcast. I might get somebody here off to my left every once in a while to chit-chat with us as we get on with our weightlifting event here at CrossFit Arada. So welcome everybody. If you are tuning in from wherever, let me know. Send a message down there in that chat. Tell me if you're tuning in from Doha, from Kuwait, from wherever else you're looking and watching from the stream, and say hello. We're going to get started here in about, 2 more minutes. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Fell in love, and that's okay. Fall in love, we in that bed. Give me eggs, on one day. This is days. Close your eyes, don't shed no tears. Keep it dark, no shit. My bitch, you want it lean. You fuck me slow, go do your thing. That test
Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. One in the head. Set in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can get hit. Me and my sister. I get your body. Next day I forget it. Nigga, just go to bud. And this on the game. Nigga, I was just with him. I'm feeling niggas, so I'm feeling niggas, so I'm killing niggas as a kid. Since a young nigga, I've been feeling niggas, but I'm so I stuck in my ways. Nobody ever gave me shit with this big chip, I had to get paid. And it's 10K to go stay. And you know the streets getting lit. Baby, welcome to the party. Come off the mic and sing the lead. That's why I'm over retarded. Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. One in the head. Set in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can get hit. It's big when I pull up my POA. I make a call to school. I bet I get that a door. I bet I send it to the Lord. Got a bad bitch from overseas.
Fell in love, and that's okay. Fall in love, we in that bed. Give me head, on one day, just stay. Close your eyes, don't shed no tears. Keep it dark, no shade. My pills, you wanna leave. You fuck me slow, go do your thing. Let's take some beach, let's take some scenes. Great body, make scene. She got the petty sound, with no teeth. She got the titty sound, she want the teeth. She tatted up now, I see you see. I know you see, I know you see us. You know I want that bitch, I wanna eat that heat. I wanna lick it up, I wanna fucking eat. I wanna feed you up, I want them diamonds big. I want it all on you, I want you all on me. That's okay, we ain't lost. Oh my God, fell in love, fell in love.
All right, folks, we are going to get underway with our first athlete coming up soon. We're about 30 seconds before they start calling out our first athlete. So let's get ready. Let's see what we get to expect.
Loaders, we are ready. Referees, we are ready. Tech table, we are ready. Stream, we are ready. Spectators, we are ready. Bringing out your first lifter today, representing Iran Ahmad. The bar is loaded.
All right, folks, we have our first athlete coming up onto the platform in the men's 61 for Ahmed, attempt at 60 kilos. 3 white flags and a good lift for him on his first lift, his opening lift.
Your next athlete to the platform representing Strongbox.
Following him, Mark Malad will be coming out in the men's category 67, representing Strongbox, with his opening lift of his snatch at 65 kilos. This is not Mark's first time competing. He's competed at every single weightlifting event that we've had thus far, so we can expect him to be comfortable and confident with what he's doing here today, folks.
Alright, we
right, so Ahmed, who had just lifted, is only declaring 61, so he will follow himself. He will be following himself, actually. So we got 2 minutes on the clock for him.
A small incremental plate on the outside of the bar. He has allotted a 2-minute clock. We're waiting for the
Thank you, Ahmed Abbas. Usually would be here sitting next to me. Is at a wedding. Thanks for the love in the comments, folks. Let me know if you're there. Right, we're still waiting for Ahmed, who's following himself. He had his 2-minute on the clock. Should be about a minute and 20 seconds until he's got to come back on out, following himself on his second lift at 61 kilos. Ahmed is competing in the men's 81 category. One minute for Ahmed as we wait for him on his second lift.
There has been a change in weight by Ahmed. He is going up to 65 is the call from the deck table. 65 in the quadrilateral.
Okay, I can see that there's going to be a weight change coming up onto the bar. Loaders are increasing the weight now to what I've heard is 65 kilos. See if we can get that to reflect on the scoreboard. Right, folks, if you're just tuning in, we have begun our first category of athletes on the Barbell Club Qatar Weightlifting Series 2 for today. We have a total of 9 men in this group, ranging from the men's 67 kilo category, 73, and 81 kilo category. We've seen Ahmed on his first lift, and he's going to be following himself. With that weight change, actually, we're going to actually see Mark come on out for his opening lift at 65 kilos. I do think he's got enough time if he wants to play the game and add a bit more weight, so he doesn't have to go immediately, but we'll see. I can see we have Karam tuning in from Ireland, all the way from Ireland, watching the stream. We've gone international, folks. If you're anywhere out there, let us know where you're tuning in from. Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, the bathroom. You let me know in the comments. All right, Mark's coming on out. First opening lift for Mark, 65 kilos. And a good lift. He's happy about that. A little struggle coming out of the bottom, but I'm glad he kind of settled down there before rushing out. Usually lifters coming out of that snatch, you'll see them kind of pop on out and end up losing their balance and losing that lift. So he did well to stabilize himself before standing that next lift up. Very good on him on that. Following him, we're going to actually see Ahmed, our first lifter, coming back out for his second lift at 65 kilos on the bar being loaded. we have Ahmed for his second lift.
Quiet, please.
3 white flags for Ahmed. Very good speed on that. I think he's playing a little modest. That looked a bit easy for him. Let's see what he goes up to for his third lift, his third attempt. We have Mark following him for his second at 66 kilos declared.
A good lift for Ahmad.
See if Mark maintains that 66 or if he's going to go up from there. I think he will.
The bar has an automatic increase now to 66
Yes,
kilos.
that's 66 for Mark being loaded onto the bar for his automatic increase. I do think he has time if he wants to
You're following athlete
increase.
to the platform. Mark, the bar is
I think he's going to go for that 66 as I see him coming on out to the platform.
Mark has just indicated a increase in weight. He now moves to 70 kilos. Loaders, can we have 70 kilos on the bar? There's been a declaration and a weight change for Mark Mila. He is now moving the bar up to 70 kilos. Bringing out your
There we
next
go.
athletes.
Mark actually decided to increase his bar to 70, so Ahmed will follow himself
His third attempt,
with a 67
66
attempt for his
kilos.
final attempt at the snatch.
Ahmed has now indicated another increase on the bar, and it now moves to 67 kilos. 67 kilos for Ahmed after the automatic increase. 67 kilos for Ahmed.
67 kilos now being loaded onto the bar for Ahmed as his final lift. You can see we have members in the comments there cheering on and waiting for their athlete to come up.
The bar is loaded.
Ahmed has 1 minute on the clock for his final lift at 67 kilos. And here comes Ahmed for his closing lift for the snatch.
Gets the okay.
3 white flags for him. Good lift. Great speed from him on that bar.
3 lifts.
Very, very good lift out of that. He will conclude his lifts on snatch. And we have following him Mark with 70 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
Mila for his second attempt, 70 kilos for Mark Mila. Mark, the bar is loaded.
Thank you. All right, Mark coming on out on his second snatch attempt at 70 kilos. 40 seconds on the clock. And
at 70 kilos.
no lift for Mark
We
on that
are
lift as he exits the platform.
on the second attempt
Or
at
kind of
70
came out in
kilos for
front of him a
Mark.
bit on that lift. I'm sure he'll kind of go back there and speak with his coach and get some references on that.
Bring out your next athlete. There's a no lift for Mark. Your next athlete to the platform.
Mark may possibly follow himself because the following athlete has an opening at 77. So we'll see if he maintains that 70 kilo attempt or decides to increase.
Remains at 70 as he's missed his second attempt for his third and final attempt with a 2-minute clock. Waiting for the platform. We're good at the platform. Mark, the bar is loaded. Of course, the athlete gets awarded a 2-minute time because he is going in consecutively, missing his second attempt. He now comes out for his third attempt where the bar has remained the same at 70 kilos.
So Mark is following himself with that 70 kilos, so we will see him get a little bit longer of a break. He's got about a minute and 40 seconds for his final snatch attempt at 70 kilos.
We do have a change coming from the warm-up area. He is going to move the bar now to 71 kilos.
All right, I can hear from our announcer that Mark has actually declared a 71 attempt, so that's going to buy him a bit of time on the bar. The clock will stop as the loaders adjust the bar. And once the loaders have left the platform, the clock will restart and continue his 1 minute attempt. And a good lift for Mark as he finishes his snatch attempts, completing his third and final attempt at 71 kilos. Following Mark, we'll have Khaled coming on out, competing at the men's 67 body weight category, representing Team Arada. He will be opening with his first attempt at 77 kilos. Has a bit of that home court advantage. Let's see how he does on his first opening lift. We have the loaders prepping the bar and clearing the platform. Once they've cleared the platform, that clock will start and Khaled will have 1 minute before he has to come on out. all clear on the platform. As Khaled comes out, crowd favorite, home court advantage for him. Opening attempt at 77 kilos. Three white flags and a good lift for Khaled on his opening lift. Little bit of stability needed at that bottom, but I'm sure he's going to make sure on the next one that he's good to go.
The bar has moved up automatically to 78 kilos, a 1 kilo increment
And we're
increase.
going to possibly see Khaled follow himself unless he declares another weight.
77, the bar now moves to 78 kilos, a 1 kilo incremental increase.
I think Khaled will be following himself for most of his lifts because the next following athlete's opener's not all the way until you can see 82 kilos for Nasser. So unless Khaled's going to make a big old jump past 82 or at 82, you will probably see him follow himself. So that'll give him about 2 minutes of rest. His clock has started. So he has 2 minutes.
An increase by Khaled in the warm-up area. He is now up
All right.
84 kilos.
He is actually going to go up to 84, so he will not need to follow himself. So we will see that other athlete come on out, Nasser, for his opening lift.
A collar and a green plate ring.
Nasser Al-Nasser is in the men's 81 category,
The bar sits to 82
representing
kilos.
CrossFit Lusail,
Nasser Al-Nasser.
and he's going to have his opening attempt at 82 kilos for his opening snatch.
From the platform. And we're giving it a thumbs up. And Nasser, the bar is loaded.
Nasser now has 1 minute for his opening attempt. 82 kilos. Here he comes. And unfortunately, 3 red flags on that one for a bit of a press out of that snatch. I'm sure he's going to go back into the warm-up area, speak with his coach, and kind of address that as he goes on back there. The bar will possibly stay at that 82 unless Nasser increases to 84. Then we possibly might see Khaled come back out onto the platform. Folks are just tuning in. My name is Daniel Martins. I am your broadcast host for today. My co-host is not here. He's on a wedding. I'm at a boss, but I think he's tuning in so we can always say hello to him in the chat as he's watching abroad. Nasser has 2 minutes until he's going to follow himself on that lift. Welcome, everybody. My name is Daniel again. Just tuning in, let us know where you're tuning in from, who you're cheering for, who you're rooting for on today's lift. Big thank you to CrossFit Errata for hosting this second edition of the Weightlifting Series for Barbell Club. We have 90 seconds on that clock for Nasser. He did miss his opening at 82. He will follow himself at 82 again. He ran into a little bit of a issue with that press out throughout that lift. So let's see if he's going to rectify that with his second attempt. I think again, yes, 3 red flags. Less than the first attempt, but still receiving that with those bent elbows and then pressing out after he's received the bar. You can see him back there with his coach from CrossFit Lusail, Coach Mate, head coach over there, giving him some advice in the warm-up area, and hopefully he's going to come back on out and get his first lift on the board. We can see 82 still on the bar. Again, Nasser will probably follow himself at that, giving him 2 minutes before he needs to lift again. So Nasser will increase to 1 kilo to give him a bit more rest time. Not much, because the only time he has is the pause of the clock and the loaders on the platform. But once they are off that platform, the clock will continue. It does not reset or add any more additional time. So he may have saved himself about 5 to 10 more seconds. He still has a minute and 10 seconds until his final attempt. I know a lot of pressure is going to be running on this last lift. He's got to get this lift on the board. He needs to get himself set and ready for a total before clean and jerks. Third and final attempt. Two whites and a red for a good lift, getting Nasser on the board. Finally, I know there was a lot of pressure on him riding on that one, but I'm sure he can walk back there with a nice smile on his face, getting that lift on the board. Following him, we'll see Khalid come back on out to the platform for his second attempt of the snatch at 84 kilos.
Waiting for our referees. Platform, we are ready to go.
1 minute on the clock for Khaled for his second attempt at 84 kilos, competing in the men's 67 category. Getting a good praise from the hometown of Arada. Very good lift out of Khaled, much better than that first lift. Looks solid on that attempt at 84. Now we'll see what we're gonna have happen, if Khaled is gonna go up and pass the following athlete, or if he's gonna have to follow himself. Following athlete will be at 88 kilos, so we'll see if we have him coming on.
We do have an increase. They're declaring
I can hear we're going to get an increase.
he now moves the bar to 90 kilos.
So he's going to be moving his bar up to 90 kilos, so he does not follow himself.
Successful attempt. The bar now moves to 90 kilos. And then we'll bring out your next athlete to the platform at 88 kilos for Abdullah Hashmi. A red, a white, a red, a white, the collar and a yellow plate on the outside. Red, white.
Bar now being prepared for our next athlete, competing in the men's 73 category. He's going to have his opening attempt at 88 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
With Khalid now moving up to 90 kilos, that will bring out your next athlete to the platform, Abdullah Hashmi.
It will be Abdullah coming and representing CrossFit Arada for his opening attempt at 88 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
We are ready on platform. Abdullah, the bar is loaded.
1 minute on the clock for Abdullah on his opening lift at 88 kilos. Another crowd favorite, as you can hear in the background. And a good lift for Abdullah on his opening attempt. Looks solid. Very good speed on that bar out of him. Really good depth on that squat as well too, receiving that bar pretty low. Let's see how far he takes his weights and his increases. Following him, we'll have Khaled Hedfa, excuse me. We'll follow him at 89 kilos. Khaled is also competing in the men's 73 category as he comes out. Another athlete representing CrossFit Arada. Very good speed out of him on that one. Good lift at that as well too. Gets him on the board for his opening lift at 89 kilos.
Now the bar is set to 89 kilos for your following athlete. A red, a white, the lock, and a blue plate on the outside. Representing Miso's weight up, Khalid.
Oh, excuse me. That previous athlete was actually Muhammad, and now Khaled is coming on out.
Bar is loaded.
Khaled is opening at 89. Trains out of Miso's Boys Club. And a good lift for Khaled on that lift. Getting his first weight on the board.
His first attempt at 89 kilos.
Following him without any other increases or adjustments, Abdullah should follow with 89 unless he decides to go on up.
Just a quick intermission. We are double checking with the warm-up area if the scores are okay. All right, that will bring out again a successful first attempt for Khaled at 89. The bar is now loaded to 90 kilos. A red, a white, a red, a white.
We have a weight adjustments being placed onto the bar. We're going up to 90 kilos for Khaled on his second attempt. Khaled Hedfa. You can still see also Khaled Nabina, who's also at 90 kilos, but that will be his closing attempt. So we'll first see Khaled Hedfa for his second attempt at 90 kilos, competing at the men's 73 category, training out of Miso's Boys Club.
Warning, 40 seconds, Khaled, 40-second warning. We have a declaration. He has just indicated an increase. And now
I can hear a increase happening out of Khaled Hedfa. So now we're going to see Khaled Nabina coming out for his third and final attempt at 90 kilos, unless we see some adjustments from him.
Your next athlete to the platform at 90 kilos. Khaled Nabina, the bar is loaded.
Khaled Nabina now having the bar loaded and prepped ready for him at 90 kilos for his third and final attempt as he comes on out.
Let's give it one more time for Khaled Nabina.
A valiant effort from Khaled Nabina as he exits the platform for his last lift as a no-lift attempt at 90 kilos.
Final attempt there at 90 kilos, resulting in a no lift, so his highest total then for this.
Next, we should be seeing Abdullah competing in the men's 73 category, coming out for his second attempt at 94 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
94 kilos on the bar. A red, a white, a red, the collar, and a blue plate on the outside. A red, a white, a red, collar, and a blue plate. Waiting for the all clear on the platform. Abdullah, the bar is loaded.
Here comes Abdullah for his second attempt at 94 kilos. Successful opener at 88. Let's see how he does with this increase. And a good lift, great speed out of him on that lift. Very, very quick, very happy about that lift. He's got one more left until we move him over to the clean and jerk. Following that, we should be seeing Muhammad coming on out with the same weight at 95 kilos for his second attempt. Excuse me, not the same weight. We're going to increase to that 95.
That will be a red, a green lock fit plates, a red, a green, and a lock, a 25-10 and a lock on the bar, bumping the bar to 95 kilos for his second attempt for Muhammad Hashmi. As we wait the all clear from the platform.
This will be Muhammad's second lift, competing in the men's 73 category, representing CrossFit Arada. That home court advantage, I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, you know, having everybody here right in front of you that you know watching you lift. Let's see how he does. And a good lift for him on that one. Little shaky on that stand up, but no problem at all with a good lift at 95 kilos. Following him, Khaled Hedfa will come on out with the same weight at 95 kilos. Khaled is in the men's 73 category, representing Miso's Boys Club. No lift for him on that one as the bar comes out the back. He's got one more attempt available. If he does not increase, he will then follow himself. But if he does go up to that 100, I can see 3 athletes that would lift before him, giving him ample amount of time to rest and recover. Let's see what happens over there. I have a feeling there might be an increase to give him that opportunity of having those 3 athletes on there, but I'm not sure if he's got that 100 kilos in the bag or not. The lift looked great. He just lost it off the back a bit too much, maybe pulling back on the bar, and lost it behind him. So I'm sure we're going to see some changes. I don't think he's going to attempt the same exact weight. And I hear he's going to be actually going up to 96 kilos, so he's going up 1 kilo to pause the clock, allow the loaders to come onto the platform, load the bar, and once they've exited the platform, the clock will now start again. So I see him right there off to the side, so I do think he's going to make this attempt at 96 kilos. I can see his coach and a couple others there in support for him. He does still have 90 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time. I don't think he wants that time as he comes on out and preps himself for his third and final attempt at 96 kilos. And again, the same situation, a no lift bar coming out of the back, but he did manage to get his opener lift with that 89, so it does get himself onto the board for getting a total Now we go into our next athlete. It's going to be Yazin is going to come on out for his opening at 100 kilos. He's competing in the men's 81 category, representing CrossFit Arada, of course, one of the coaches out here at CrossFit Arada. I can see that Yassine has actually gone up to 103, bringing Abdullah and Muhammad possibly to come on out ahead of him. Abdullah will be going for his third and final lift of the snatch with 100 kilos, competing in the men's 73 category. And a no lift for him on that valiant attempt. Kind of got shot out of there, just didn't have enough lift on that bar to give him room to get under it. But a valiant effort as he comes off the platform with a big smile. He's going to be followed by, I think, probably his training partner as he gives him some either words of encouragement or maybe some words of sabotage, who knows. As Muhammad comes to the platform for his 100 kilo attempt. And a valiant effort from him as he comes off the platform for a no lift. All right, we might be seeing Yassine come on out for 105. He did originally declare 103, so we got some time till we see him coming on out. Here comes Yassine for his opening attempt at 105 kilos. And a 3 white flag for him for his opening attempt at that 105 attempt. Yassine will follow himself unless he does an increase. He does have 2 minutes on the clock now.
We had an increase in weights on platform. Can we up the bar now to 110 kilos? 110 kilos on platform for Yassine. Upping his total now. He's moving it to 110 kilos. A big red, a big yellow, and a small red plate. And big red.
Yassine was actually increased his weight to 110 kilos, buying himself also a bit of time for the loaders on the platform.
Yassine, the bar is loaded.
And a good lift for him at that attempt at 110 kilos, competing in the men's 81 category.
Kilos. And in the words of MC Hammer, you definitely can't touch this. 2 minutes. 2 minutes is now the allotted time for Yassine as he moves the bar to 111. That is an automatic increase. 111 kilos on platform. Yassine has declared a weight. He's going up to 115 kilos. Let's get a change on platform. A red, a blue plate, and then the lock. A red, a blue, and then the lock.
Yassine is now increasing to 115 kilos for his third and final lift of the snatch, competing in the men's 81 category. One more minute for Yassine as he comes to follow himself with his 115 closing snatch.
Let's hear it one more time for Yassine.
And A good lift for him for his third and final lift of the snatch at 115 kilos. Ringing the bell, getting that also as a PR lift, so I'm sure he's very happy about that as he exits the platform. Well, there's only one athlete left on the heat for their snatch. Hazem will be coming on out in the men's 81 category with his opening attempts at 120 kilos, representing the Miso's Boys Club. And as I can see on my chart, the youngest athlete coming up onto the platform. Opening attempt, 120 kilos. Shaky, but a good lift out of him. I think he wanted to play a little game and power that. He almost paid for it and got a no lift and lost that weight, but manages to pull that off with a big grin on his face, knowing that he played a little game and got away with it. He will be following himself, of course, because he is the last athlete in the grouping. See now a new declaration of 130 kilos being prepped onto the bar. I had a feeling he probably could go up since he pretty much did. He powered that last opening lift, so he's going up to 130 kilos onto that bar. Hazem now has 1 minute and 40 seconds as he's going to be following himself with a attempt at 130 kilos. One-minute warning for Hazem as he's going to be following himself for his next lift. Great speed on the bar. 3 white flags and a good lift for him. He now has one third and final attempt for his snatch. And I can see as his coach comes out, that is his last lift, last attempt on him for that session and that grouping. We are going to take a 10-minute intermission, folks, until we get these guys back on out for their clean and jerk. So stick with us, stay tuned. We'll be back here in about 10 minutes following him, and we'll see you guys here shortly.
That's okay. Some love, me in that bed. Give me eggs. I want that. Just stay. Close your eyes. Don't shed no tears. Keep it dark. No shit. My bitch. You wanna leave? You fuck me slow. Go do your thing. Let's have some beach. Let's have some scenes. Great body. Make scene. She got the petty sound. With no teeth. She want the tea, she tatted up now. I see you see, I know you see, I know you see us. You know I want that bitch, I wanna eat that heat, I wanna lick it up, I wanna fucking eat, I wanna feed you up, I want them diamonds big, I want it all on you, I want you all on me. I fell in love, that's okay. Oh my God, fell in love with the love. Show me love, I give you love. Fell in love, I fell in love. I want it for the love. Show me love, show me love. You're my fly, got fly now, got a squad now, got a drive now. It's a club hopping, jewelry shopping, grape shining, grape Friday.
Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Cut on my head. One and a half. Set in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just slow your tone. You can hit. My sister. I get your body. Next day I forget it. Nigga, just go to bud. And it's on the game. Nigga, I was just with him. Niggas on my villain niggas, on my killing niggas, that's a kid. Baby, welcome to the party. I'm off the money to sing the lead. That's why I'm over retarded. That's why I'm over retarded? Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Get me lit. Get me lit. Gun on my head. One and a half. Ten in the click. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can get hit. It's big when I pull up my POA. I'll make a call to school. I better get that a door. I bet I send it to the Lord. Got a bad bitch from overseas.
Fell in love, and that's okay. Some love, we in that bed. Give me eggs. I want that. This is days. Close your eyes. Don't shed no tears. Keep it dark. No shit. My bitch. You want it lean. You fuck me slow. Go do your thing. Let's take some beats. Let's take some scenes. Great body. Make scene. She got the petty sound. With no teeth. She got the titty sound. She want the teeth. She tatted up now. I see you see. I know you see. I know you see us. You know I want that bitch. I wanna eat that heat. I wanna lick it up. I wanna fucking eat. I wanna feed you up. I want them diamonds big. I want it all on you. I want you all on me. I fell in love. That's okay. We ain't lost. Oh my God. Fell in love. With the love. Show me love. I give you love. Fell in love. I fell in love. I want it for the love. Show me love. Show me love. Look my fly. Got fly now. Got a squad now. Got a drive now. It's a club hopping. Jewelry shopping. Grape shining. Grape finding. Yeah, you mine. That's why I'm saying like diamond. I treat you like my last dime. Go broke. No joke. I cut your hoes off. I kill the rose call. I put the doors on. She like to show off. Some bitches speak. Some bitches doors off. I put a ring on it. They got a ring to it. On my knees for you. I be doing how he ain't do it. I cannot speak for you. But I know they here for it. I speak your language. They don't tell you things on it. Like girl, you dangerous. Now I ain't seen you. Not till I see you. I'll treat you like queen do it. Yeah. Let me sing to you. Niggas be the main music. But I fell in love. That's okay. We ain't lost. Oh my God. Fell in love. With the love. Show me love. I give you love. Fell in love. I fell in love. I want it for the love. Show me love. Show me love. Fell in love. And that's okay. Some love.
Baby, welcome to the party. I'm off the money to sing the lead. That's why I'm over retarded. That's why I'm over retarded? Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Get me lit. Get me lit. Gun on my head. One and a half. Ten in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can get hit. Me and my sister. I get your body. Next day I forget it. Nigga, just go to bud. And this on the game. Nigga, I was just with him. I'm feeling niggas on my feeling niggas on my killing niggas as a kid. Since a young nigga, I've been feeling niggas, but I'm so I stuck in my ways. Nobody ever gave me shit with this big chip, I had to get paid. And the same gator gon' stay. And you know the streets getting lit. Baby, welcome to the party. I'm off the money to sing the lead. That's why I'm over retarded. That's why I'm over retarded? Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Get me lit. Get me lit. Gun on my head. One and a half. Ten in the click. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can get hit. It's big when I pull up my POA. I'll Baby, welcome to the party. I'm off the money to saying the lean. That's why I'm over retarded. Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. One in the head. Set in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can get hit. Me and my sister. I get your body. Next day I forget it. Nigga, you just go to body. And this on the game. Nigga, I was just with him. Feeling niggas on my feeling niggas on my killing niggas as a kid. Since a young nigga, I've been drilling niggas, but I'm so I stuck through my weeds. Nobody ever gave me shit with this big chip, I had to get paid. And the same game gon' stay. And you know the streets getting lit. Baby, welcome to the party. I'm off the money to say the least. That's why I'm over retarded. Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. One in the head. Set in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can get hit. It's big when I pull up my POA. I make a call to school. I bet I kick down the door. I bet I send it to the Lord. Got a bad bitch from overseas.
Fell in love, and that's okay. Fall in love, we in that bed. Give me eggs.
All right, folks, we have the 1 minute warning coming up now for our following athletes coming back onto the platform for their clean and jerks. We saw quite a few great lifts, a couple sad fail attempts also for the snatch section of our lifts. We should be starting off the clean and jerks with Ahmed. We saw him opening us out, and he's going to be coming back out to start us off for the clean and jerk. Ahmed is in the men's 81 category, training out of CrossFit Irada. He started his lifts out with 60 kilos as his opener and finished out with actually an 87 kilo, so good for him on that one. He's going to come on out for his opening attempt at 80 kilos for his clean and jerk. I'm looking forward to seeing him lift. He looked really solid in his snatches, the one he started. I felt like he did be a little modest. This, I think, possibly his first actual competition, so he probably is kind of keeping it modest and, you know, taking it a little cautious as he builds his confidence in the competition field. Following him, we're more than likely going to see Mark as well too, a seasoned competitor who has done almost all of the weightlifting events that we've held so far, so he's no stranger to the competition floor. We have Ahmed's bar loaded and prepped. 1 minute on the clock for him for his opening clean and jerk attempt.
Quiet, please.
80 kilos on the bar.
That is two white flags.
And a good lift for Ahmed on his opening attempt. One referee did kind of see from his angle a press out, but he gets his weight on the board. Looked pretty solid, looked pretty good for him on that one. I'm sure to kind of see some good increases from there from him, hopefully.
80 kilos, the bar is now set to 81 kilos. Ahmed, the bar is loaded. We have a declaration, a weight change for Ahmed that will bring out your next athlete to platform.
All right, I can see that Ahmed actually declared 85, so he will not need to follow himself. We'll be seeing Mark coming on out for his opening attempt with his clean and jerk at 85 kilos. Mark Malad is competing in the men's 67 kilo category, representing CrossFit Strong Box here in Qatar. Mark had a good start with his opening at 65 on his snatch. A little shaky with his 70 kilo with a no lift on his second attempt, but managed to pull off a good successful lift at 71 kilos on his snatch. As he prepares himself now for 85, I can see him at the tech table, so I do think he's going to increase his weight. I know he has about 5 seconds before that clock is closed out, and he needs to approach the platform for his increase. I think he gets it off, and we're going to get that change for him. We're going to see him move up to 87, so that makes Ahmed follow himself now at 85. Ahmed did at least get a little bit of rest before needing to follow himself. Let's see if Ahmed maintains that 85 kilo second attempt, or if he also is going to increase to allow himself more rest and see Mark come on out. Ahmed has 30 seconds before he needs to prepare himself for this lift. He is not going to increase, so he will need to come on out to the platform. Here he comes. His second attempt at 85 kilos. Clean and jerk. Good clean. A little shaky on that split jerk. I think, yes, 2 red flags and a white as he came out of that split. So that will give him a no lift on that clean and jerk. He may follow himself if he keeps that 85 kilo or increase. And he gives himself an opportunity. I can see him over there at the tech table, so we could probably see him increase so we can see Mark come on out and give him the opportunity to rest. Yes, I can see now that he did increase to 90 kilos, so Ahmed will not need to follow himself. That will then bring out Mark Malad for his opening attempt at 87, unless also Mark goes for an increase there. 87 kilos being loaded onto the bar for Mark. Mark's bar now loaded with 1 minute on the clock for his opening attempt of his clean and jerk at 87 kilos. Mark is competing in the 67 kilo category.
Quiet, please.
Power clean out of Mark. And a good lift from Mark. A little shaky on that split jerk, but manages to pull a good lift as he exits the platform with a huge smile on his face. I think he was worried about that as well too. A little shaky on that split jerk, but a good lift nonetheless. Now, we could possibly see Mark follow himself unless he declares a 90 kilo. If he does, we will then see Khalid Nabil possibly coming on out. I can see him over at the tech table declaring his next weight. A new declaration for Mark. He goes up to declare for 91. So that should bring out Khaled Nabil for his opening clean and jerk attempt at 90 kilos. Khaled Nabil had a great start with his snatch, opening at 77, following that with an 84 kilo snatch and a no lift at the 90 kilo snatch, giving him current total of 84 kilos. Khaled Nabil is competing in the men's 67 category, representing, of course, his own gym, CrossFit Arada. Khaled Nabil has actually declared 94, now bringing us back to Ahmed, who will close out his clean and jerk and his entire session with an attempt at 90 kilos for his clean and jerk. Ahmed had a good 3 lifts on his snatch at 60, 65, and 67. Then brought us to his clean and jerk with a good opener at 80, but a miss at 85 with a little bit of lockout in his split jerk. So we'll see him come back out for his final attempt of his clean and jerk at 90 kilos. 30 seconds on the clock. Ahmed on the platform now. Third and final attempt. Good clean. And good lift for his clean and jerk as he exits the platform and finishes out his session for today, giving him a final total of 157 kilos for Ahmed. Now we look forward to Mark Milad coming out for his second attempt at his clean and jerk at 91 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Mark currently has his total at 158, 1 kilo just above Ahmed, who we've just saw leaving the platform. But Mark still has 2 attempts as he comes on out for his second attempt, 91 kilos.
Quiet, please. Athlete on platform, quiet, please.
Another power clean for him. And a no lift for Mark on that jerk as he looked like he may have hit himself on the way up for that split. So that is a no lift for him. He may possibly follow himself, if not bring out another athlete if he goes for an increase. Let's see what he decides to do.
Second attempt, he will come out on the same weight. That'll give us a chance just to say thanks to our brand partners on the day, the approved market for sports, Rams, the guys from Oakberry, our gracious host Irada Fitness, and of course Bravery Athletics. Just a quick thank you to our sponsors on the day, making all the wonderful things possible that you're seeing.
All right, I can see a declaration out of Mark for 93 kilos. That still will make him follow himself, but I'm sure he had a game plan if he made that 91 to probably go up to either that 93 or even possibly 95. So he's going to probably play the middle ground and make his declaration at 93 kilos. He will still follow himself. He has 2 minutes on the clock now. can see Mark over there back at the tech table, allowing himself for a bit more rest, probably, as he gives a final declaration. He brings it up to 94 kilo declaration, so that could bring Khaled Nabil on out for his opener. If Khaled increases from there, it is up to him. I can see him at the tech table as well, so he may play the game and increase. Actually, let's see.
The bar is loaded.
1 minute on the clock for Khaled Nabil. I can see him coming on out. He is not going to declare anything else. He's going to come on out for his opening attempt at 94 kilos of the clean and jerk, competing in the men's 67 category.
When the athlete is out on platform, please keep quiet as we show respect to the athletes on platform. Quiet, please.
Good on the clean. Two whites and one red on that, still giving him a good lift. Did see a little bit of shakiness on those elbows, but we are still getting a good lift out of that. So then we now can see Mark coming back out for his third and final attempt to close him out for today's session, or for his session, I should say, with 94 kilos on his third and final clean and jerk. Had a shaky 91 where I think he hit himself in the chin on that split jerk. So he's going to come on out for redemption. And a no lift for Mark. Valiant effort out of him as the crowd gives him his applaud for finishing his session for today, giving him a total of a 158 total. Now we're looking back towards Khaled Nabil, where he opened at 94. Let's see if he is, yes, I can see that he did declare 100 kilos. So that will then bring Abdullah on out for his possible opening at 100 kilos. 100 kilos now being loaded onto the bar. Let's see who is going to be coming on out. If you're tuning in, folks, my name is Daniel. I am your broadcast host for today. Just wanted to give a big thank you to some of those sponsors you see there up at the top who made this event possible. All right, Abdullah on the sideline, prepping himself for his opening attempt at 100 kilos on the clean and jerk. Easy clean. Three white flags for Abdullah with his opening attempt at 100 kilos. We could possibly see Nasser Al Nasser coming on out for his opening at 100 kilos, unless we get a different declaration. Nasser Al Nasser started off very shaky with his first two openers at 82 with a no lift, but managed to get redemption on his third and final snatch at 83 kilos to secure him to getting a total towards his lift. Nasser is competing in the men's 81 category, training out of CrossFit Luceo. And here he comes. Easy clean. And almost get that lift, but just that last little second of standing up that split with that lockout on that right elbow. Nasser had a little bit of that issue on the snatches in the beginning. Hopefully he can kind of get back there and reflect on that. When he received that bar, looked solid. It was just as he was standing up, bringing those legs together out of that split, there's a bit of motion in that elbow for a rebend. So hopefully we'll get a good lift out of him. You can see Khaled Nabil at 100 kilos next on the chopping block. And here comes Khaled for his second attempt at 100 kilos. Two whites and a red for Khaled on that. Centered referee giving that red. Unsure about that elbow. I do see a few referees kind of speaking back to the athletes off to the sideline. All right, we'll see now Nasser Al Nasser coming out for his second attempt at 100 kilos. Been struggling with that lockout as well. Big deep squat on that. And another no lift for Nasser Al Nasser. He seems to be receiving the bar without any issues. It's just on that stand up from that split, he kind of loses that weight and ends up rebending. From there, we see Khaled Nabil with his third and final attempt possibly coming up on the bar. He did have a successful 100 kilo clean and jerk We have the automatic increase of 101. I'm sure he will have a new declaration. Yes, he does at 106. So we will now see Nasser Al Nasser possibly following himself again. He's been in this situation before again. In his snatches, we saw him have 2 no lifts and finally pulling it off with his 3rd attempt on that snatch. And now we're in the same situation with his clean and jerk. Nasser has been really showing a lot of heart and grit on this. It's not easy, folks, to be competing up here. You don't see from from your perspective, but we got probably easily 50 people sitting directly within arm's length of the platform. So a lot of nerves, a lot of tension to be competing in front of all these people in this large event. Hopefully Nasser can pull off the final attempt of that 101 kilo clean and jerk. 90 seconds for Nasser Al Nasser on the chopping block. Here Nasser comes on out for his attempts at redemption, getting some cheers from the crowd. Third and final attempt. No problem with the clean. And redemption for Nasser Al Nasser, getting that 3rd and final attempt. He likes to live it on the wild side, getting him his total at 184 by the skin of his teeth. We'll then see Khalid Nabil coming out for his 3rd and final attempt at a declaration at 106 kilos, being loaded onto the bar this time. Here comes Khalid for his closing attempt at 106 kilos. "40 seconds on the clock for Khalid. Good clean. And a valiant effort from Khalid as he finishes out his session for today, giving him a no lift on that final attempt, but a total at 184 kilos. We now look towards Khalid Hedfa, who will follow him in the men's 73 category for his opening attempt at 107. Khalid trains out of Miso's Boys Club. Khalid Hedfa had a little bit of a rocky work with his snatch. He did get his 89 kilo opener, but missed his following 2. Let's see how he does with his clean and jerk opener. Easy power clean for him. And 2 red flags for him for the dropping of the bar. Good calls out of our referees. I know that was a very subtle sort of fault, but they managed to catch that on there. So now we look towards Abdullah, who will come on out at the same weight, 107 kilos for his second lift. Power clean, a struggle of a power clean. Not sure why he went for that option. And a fight to stand that clean and jerk up. Giving him 2 wide centeret. A good lift from the referees. So new declaration, moving us up to 101 kilos being loaded onto the bar, which will bring Khaled Hedfa on out for his second attempt. Khaled had a no lift with his opener at 107, so hopefully we see a good lift out of him. Did have issues with the release or bringing down of that bar. No technical issues with the actual lift itself, so he shouldn't have any issues here. Another power clean. And 3 white flags for Khaled on his lift at 111 kilos. The bar now should remain the same for Abdullah to come on out for his third and final attempt at 111 kilos. Abdullah coming out for his third and final lift at 111 kilos, trying to secure over 200 total. Very good looking clean. And a no lift for him. Valiant effort for him to finish off his session for today, just a bit in front with that split jerk, giving him a closing total of 201 kilos to close him out for the day. Now we look back towards Khaled, to close his session out with 115 kilos being loaded onto that barbell. Khalid Hedfa competing in the men's 73 kilo category, representing Miso's Boys Club, with his attempt now to close his session out at 115 kilos. Going for another power clean. And hard work out of him to secure that good lift. Big split. I think he probably got lower in his split jerk than he did in his clean. But that will secure him for his session, closing him out at a total of 204 kilos. Great job out of him. Now we look towards Muhammad for his opening at 120 kilos. Muhammad is competing in the men's 73 kilo category, training out of CrossFit Irada. Muhammad started off with two good lifts at his 88 and 95 kilo snatch and a no lift at 100 kilos. Let's see how he does with his opening attempt of the clean and jerk. And a no lift for Muhammad. Did all that work, did great on that clean, and just fumbled a bit, tripped over himself a little bit, I would say, out of that split jerk. Didn't get enough show of control for the referee to give him the down signal, so that was a no lift from him. With that, we have Yassine with his opening at 120 kilos, unless he decides to increase. Bar is loaded and time has started, so 1 minute on the clock for Yassine. But here we go as weightlifting goes. Yassine did do a new declaration at 125, so that should bring back Muhammad, who we just saw with that no lift, for 120 kilos. And we have another weight change coming up, as I hear from our announcer. Just waiting for the system to update. He's increased to 121, so that will pause the clock at 34 seconds, bring the loaders onto the platform as they increase the weight. And also cleaning of the bar and platform, so that will give Muhammad a bit more time to recover as he comes out for another attempt. 121 for Muhammad on his second attempt of his clean and jerk. See if he can stabilize that lift. Very good clean. And a good lift for him as he exits the platform, securing his total. Now he does still have one more attempt. He could possibly follow himself if he does not increase past 125. If he does increase to at least 125, we will see Yassine come out for his opening lift. I see Muhammad at the tech table with his coach, so we'll see possibly a new declaration from him. And we have a declaration from Muhammad of 129. So that will then bring out Yassine for his opening attempt at 125 kilos being prepared on the bar.
We can switch out those plates and make it two red, two red, two red, two red, a big red, big red, big red.
Adjustments now, 127.
We've had another change in weight in the bar. Now boost to 127 kilos. 127 kilos. A red, a blue, a white, and green.
127 now being loaded onto the bar for Yassine for his opening attempt of the clean and jerk. Yassine had a great performance for his snatch where he opened at 105 kilos, followed it by 110 and then 115 kilos. So solid work out of Yassine, competing in the men's 81 category, representing, of course, CrossFit Arada. Bar is now loaded and 1 minute will now start the clock as Yassine comes on out for his opening attempt of the clean and jerk. Three white flags for a good lift for Yassine at that 127 kilo opener of his clean and jerk. We will see what increase he would like to go from there, whether we bring him back out or we bring Muhammad out. We still also have Hazm, who has his opening at 150 kilos, so we won't see Hazm until the end. So yes, Yazim has now increased his to 133, so we will now see Muhammad coming out for his third and final lift of the clean and jerk at 130 kilos.
We've had another weight change, The bar now moves to 130 kilos. 130 kilos.
So now 130 kilos being prepared onto the bar.
Red plate on the outside, red plate on the inside, red on the inside.
This will be Muhammad's final attempt to close him out for his session for today.
The bar is loaded.
Great speed on that clean. And a good lift for Muhammad to close his session out for today, giving him a total of 225 kilos. And as we hear, a PR for him, new personal record for him, finishing his session out today with a big smile. Now we move forward towards Yassine, who will come on out for his second lift of the clean and jerk, with 133 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Yassine is competing in the men's 81 with 4 total athletes, Nasser, Ahmed, Yassine, and Hazm, competing for that top spot in the men's category of the 81. Yassine is currently leading, but of course we have not seen Hazm come on out for his opener. 133 kilos on the bar. Three white flags and a good lift for him as he exits the platform, securing a 133 on the clean and jerk. Still has one more attempt to close his session out, and then we can see Hazm come on out. Yassine is now increased for a 130 on his clean and jerk. He will follow himself, so he does have 2 minutes on the clock to recover before he prepares himself for his third and final lift. Two minutes now on the clock for Yassine as he follows himself for his final lift of the clean and jerk for an attempt at 135 kilos. We saw Yassine create some buzz as he got a personal best on his snatch. Let's see how he does now with this clean and jerk at 135 kilos.
1 minute 30 seconds.
90 seconds until we see Yassine come back out for his third and final attempt. Another increase from Yassine at 136, pausing the clock, bringing on the loaders for the adjustment. And the resuming of the timer, giving Yasin 1 minute and 90 seconds. Excuse me, not 1 minute, 90 seconds, 1 minute and 30 seconds. 90 seconds total. But he's not going to take it all. He's going to come on out for his third and final attempt with the clean and jerk. Three white flags and a good lift for Yasin as he points towards the bell, because that again was the personal best. 135 for Yasin, closing his session out with a total of 251, which I am again assuming is another personal record for him as he finishes his session for today. That moves us forward to our final athlete. Hazem will come with 150 kilo. $150 kilos on the bar for Hazem with his opening attempt. At 150 kilos in the men's 81 kilo category, representing Miso's Boys Club. A good lift for him with his opening 150 kilos, securing him the total of 280 and the overall for the men's 81 category. He will, of course, follow himself as he is the last athlete of the session. $160 now being loaded to the bar. $160 on the bar for Hazem. 1 minute and 20 seconds for Hazem with his second attempt. One minute now on the clock. Second attempt. And a good lift for him, 160. And his coach saying that will be it for him, so he will not take a third attempt, and that will finish him out for his session and for the overall session as well. That will close us out for the men's 67, 73, and 81 category. A lot of great lifts out of all the athletes today. We saw some struggles out of some of those athletes with their lockouts and completion of lifts, but everybody still managed to get their totals onto the board with no complete blowouts, let's say. So great lifts out of them, amazing effort out of those guys. We'll see the total or official standings here shortly in about 5 minutes. Big thank you again to CrossFit Errata for hosting us today for today's event. Thank you to Force Sports, our partnered for the event, alongside Oakberry, Grams, the Approved Market, and Bravery Athletics as well too, guys. We're here in Doha. If you are tuning in, we are completing our first session of the day. We're bringing out the podiums for awards for the sessions of the 67, 73, and men's 81 category. My name is Daniel. I am going to be your broadcaster for today. Now, we are going to take a short intermission until we see these athletes come back out for their award. So stay tuned, guys. We'll get you those placements here shortly.
Congratulations, Mark. Your second performance, an incredible win. Well done. Now, in first place, I don't think I have to struggle very much to tell you who this is. Head coach, owner, coach for me too. Tanak Latina. Congratulations today on an amazing performance. Khaled and Mark, congratulations to both of you. Well done. Salad. All right, guys. Next picture, please. Next picture. Come on, show us a picture. Right here. Well done, guys. Well done. Congratulations. All right. Now, we're going to announce the 73 kgs was needed. But lucky enough, I didn't get hit with the bar today. In the 73s, in third place, Mr. Abdullah Al-Hashmi. Mr. Abdullah Al-Hashmi, in third place. Congratulations. In second place, amazing lift for pure artist lifts today, Mr. Khaled Al-Hitsba. Mr. Khaled Al-Hitsba. Well done, well done. And in first place in the 73 kgs, winner, and also my favorite t-shirt of the day, Muhammad Al-Hashmi. We want to thank the full partner for the gifts that they provided for all the athletes. Well done, athletes. Guys, well done, congratulations. Can we get a picture close with each other? Yeah. Well done, congratulations, 73s. Thank you very much. Can we do a big hand one more time, please? Thank you so much. Now, for the 81s, I'm going to call all the athletes on the stage. All the athletes on the stage for the 81s. Ahmad, I would like Ahmad, I would like Nasser, I would like Yassine, and I would like Hazim on the stage, please. Give him the surface. Where's Ahmad? Ahmad! Ahmad's coming around. He's coming around. Let me get the athletes on the stage, please. Everybody remembers this. Everyone who participated needs to have it. Can I get a nice picture for everyone, please? Okay, so announcing the winners. In third place, Mr. Russell. Can we hear it again, please? Second place, Mr. Yassine TV. And of course, undoubtedly, without a shadow of a doubt, with beyond belief, lifter that started after everyone had 2 lifts in each. Just because he's nursing a little rough knee right there. Well done. And also another incredible move by Adam. Incredible job today, 81s. The pressure was incredible. Love the PRs. Unbelievable. Can we get a giant hand for the 81s, please? Well done. That does it for our first session. Our second session will be at 5:30. We will have our announcements at 5:20. See you there.
All right, folks. So that concludes our first session of the day with our awards of all of our athletes. Very great performance, unbelievable sort of display of power and strength. Absolutely amazing. Some scariness in there for a few athletes, almost nearly getting bombed out, but managed to pull off a good session for today. We are going to be returning back at 5:30 local time for our second and final session of the day with our heavier weight categories of athletes. So make sure you guys come on back again at 5:30 for the next session. We'll keep the stream going, just open it right back up and enjoy again. Again, my name is Daniel. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Thanks to CrossFit Arata, Oakberry Grams, the Approved Market, Bravery, and of course Force Sports for making this possible. Thanks, folks, and we will see you here at 5:30.
Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. It's on the top. Give me lit. Cut on my head. One in the head. Set in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Slow it down. Show me your heat. Me and my sister. I get your body. Next day I forget it. Nigga, just go to bud. And it's on the game. Nigga, I was just with him. Niggas on my killing niggas on my killing niggas as a kid. bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. 1.5. Send it to click. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can hear it's big when I pull up my POA. I make a call this smooth. I bet I get that a door. I bet I send it to the Lord. Got a bad bitch from overseas.
Fell in love, and that's okay. Some love, me in that bed, give me eggs. I want days, this is days. Close your eyes, don't shed no tears. Keep it dark, close the shade. My pills, you wanna leave? You fuck me slow, go do your thing. Let's have some beats, let's have some scenes. Great body, make scenes. She got the petty sound with no teeth. She got the titty sound. She want the teeth. She tatted up now. I see you see. I know you see. I know you see us. You know I want that bitch. I wanna eat that heat. I wanna lick it up. I wanna fucking eat. I wanna feed you up. I want them diamonds big. I want it all on you. I want you all on me. That's okay, we ain't lost. Oh my God, fell in love with the love. Show me love, I give you love. Fell in love, I fell in love. I want it for the love. Show me love, show me love. You're my fly, got a fly now, got a squad now, got a drive now. It's a club hopping, jewelry shopping. Girl, you shining, girl, you finding, yeah, you lying, it's fine, you feel like diamond. I treat you like my last dime, go broke, no joke. I cut your hoes off, I kill the rose call, I put the doors on, she like to show off. Some bitches sweet, some bitches doors off. I put a ring on it, they got a ring too. On my knees for you, I be doing how he do it. I cannot speak for you, but I know they here for me. I speak your language, don't tell you things on it. Like girl, you dangerous, girl, I ain't seen beauty, not till I see you. Don't treat you like queen, do it. Let me sing to you, niggas be the theme music. I fell in love, that's okay, we ain't lost. Oh my God, fell in love with the love. Show me love, I give you love. Fell in love, I fell in love. I want it for the love. Show me love, show me love. Fell in love, and that's okay. Some love.
Baby, welcome to the party. I'm off the money to see in the lean. That's why I'm over retarded. Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. 1.5. Send it to click. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can hear me and my sister. I get your body. Next day I forget it. Nigga, just go to bud. And it's on the game. Nigga, I was just with him. I'm feeling niggas, so I'm feeling niggas, so I'm killing niggas as a kid. Since a young nigga, I've been drilling niggas, but I'm so I stuck with them always. Nobody ever gave me shit with this big chip, I had to get paid. And the same game go stay. And you know the streets getting lit. Baby, welcome to the party. I want the money to see in the league. That's why I'm over retarded. Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. 1.5. Send it to click. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can hear it's big when I pull up my POA. I make a call this smooth. I bet I get that a door. I bet I send it to the Lord. Got a bad bitch from overseas.
Fell in love, and that's okay. Some love.
hit the boy up and then I go stay in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. One in the head. Set in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just slow your tone. Cause you can get hit. Me and my sister. I get your body. Next day I forget it. Nigga, just go to body. And it's on the game. Nigga, I was just with him. All my feeling niggas, all my feeling niggas, all my killing niggas as a kid. Since a young nigga, I've been drilling niggas, but I'm so I stuck through my weeds. Nobody ever gave me shit with this big chip, I had to get paid. And it's 10K to go stay. And you know the streets getting lit. Baby, welcome to the party. I want the money to see in the lead. That's why I'm over retarded. Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go stay in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. One in the head. Set in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just slow your tone. Cause you can get hit. It's big when I pull up my POA. I make a call to school. I better get that a door. I bet I send it to the Lord. Got a bad bitch from overseas.
Fell in love, and that's okay. Some in love, we in that bed. Give me eggs, I want that. Just stays. Close your eyes, don't shed no tears. Keep it dark, no shit. My bitch, you wanna leave? You fuck me slow, go do your thing. Let's take some beats, let's take some scenes. Great body, make scene. She got the petty sound with no teeth. She got the titty sound, she want the teeth. She tatted up now. I see you see, I know you see, I know you see us. You know I want that bitch, I wanna eat that heat, I wanna lick it up, I wanna fucking eat, I wanna feed you up, I want them diamonds big, I want it all on you, I want you all on me. Fell in love, that's okay, we ain't lost. Oh my God, fell in love, with the love, show me love, I give you love. Fell in love, I fell in love, I want it, fall in love, show me love, you my fly, got fly now, got a squad now, got a drive now, it's a club hopping, jewelry shopping, grape shining, grape finding, yeah, you mine, it's wine, like diamond. I treat you like my last time, go broke, no joke. I cut your hoes off, I kill the rose call, I put the doors on, she like to show off. Some bitches sweet, some bitches doors off. Put a ring on it, they got a ring to it. On my knees for you, tell me do I hear do it. I cannot speak for you, but I know they hear for it. I speak your language, they don't tell you they ain't doing it. Like girl, you dangerous, no, I ain't seen beauty, not till I see you. I'll treat you like queen do it. Let me sing to you, niggas be the main music. I fell in love, that's okay, we ain't lost. Oh my God, fell in love, with the love, show me love, I give you love. Fell in love, I fell in love, I want it, fall in love, show me love, fell in love, and that's okay, some in love.
Baby, welcome to the party. I want the money to see in the lead. That's why I'm over retarded. Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go stay in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. One in the head. Set in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just slow your tone. Cause you can get hit. Me and my sister. I get your body. Next day I forget it. Nigga, just go to body. And it's on the game. Nigga, I was just with him. bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. One and a half. 10 in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can get hit. It's big when I pull up my POA. I make a call to school. I bet I keep that a door. I bet I send it to the Lord. Got a bad bitch from overseas.
Fell in love, and that's okay. So I'm in love, we in that bed. Give me eggs, I want that. This is this. Close your eyes, no shit, no tears. Keep it dark, no shit. My bitch, you wanna leave? You fuck me slow, go do your thing. Let's take some beats, let's take some scenes. Great body, make scene. She got the petty sound with no teeth. She got the titty sound. She want the teeth. She tatted up now. I see you see. I know you see. I know you see us. You know I want that bitch. I wanna eat that eat. I wanna lick it up. I wanna fucking eat. I wanna feed you up. I want them diamonds big. I want it all on you. I want you all on me. Fell in love, that's okay, we in love, oh my God, fell in love, with the love, show me love, I give you love, fell in love, I fell in love, I want it, for the love, show me love, look my fly, got a fly now, got a squad now, got a drive now, it's a club hopping, jewelry shopping, grape shining, grape finding, yeah, you lying, that's why I feel like diamond. I treat you like my last dime, go broke, no joke. I cut the hoes off, I kill the whole call, I put the doors on, you like to show off. Some bitches sweet, some bitches doors off. I put a ring on it, they got a ring too. On my knees for you, I be doing how he ain't doing. I cannot speak for you, but I know they here for me. I speak your language, don't tell you things doing. Like girl, you dangerous, girl, I ain't seen you, not till I see you. Don't treat you like queen do it. Let me sing to you, niggas be the main music. I fell in love, that's okay, we in love, oh my God, fell in love, with the love, show me love, I give you love, fell in love, I fell in love, I want it, for the love, show me love, fell in love, and that's okay, so I'm in love.
Baby, welcome to the party. I'm off the magazine to lean. That's why I'm over retarded. Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. One and a half. 10 in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can get hit. Me and my sister. I get your body. Next day I forget it. Nigga, just go to body. And this on the can. Nigga, I was just with him. All my feeling niggas, all my killing niggas, doesn't care.
folks, we are coming back into our second session of the day, second and final session of the day, going through our athlete introduction. So I'm going to turn you over to the announcer as he introduces all the coming athletes.
Please make your way to the back to the warm-up area one more time. Let's hear it.
All right, folks, there are your athletes for this coming session. So we've got a big group coming on out on this session. 12 total athletes ranging from 89, 96, and 102 and 109 kilo categories. So if you're just joining us again, guys, my name is Daniel. I'm going to be your broadcaster for today. Thank you so much for coming in and enjoying our sessions for today here at CrossFit Errata. We are looking forward to seeing all these athletes lifting all the big weights for today. Let's see if there's any challenges or dramas that we might see unfold on the platform. Big thank you to our sponsors for helping us out, making this possible. Of course, our venue, thank you CrossFit Errata for allowing us to be here. Big thank you to Graham's and the Approved Market alongside Oakberry Force Sports and Bravery Athletics. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. So big thank you to those folks, those partners out there. So we finished our first session this afternoon with some amazing lifts. We had some of those athletes near bomb out, but luckily no one bombed out. They managed to pull it off at the end. Now we're looking towards the big boys, right? The heavyweights in the category that we just saw on the platform being announced. We've got quite a few athletes fighting for some positions. I see quite a few athletes in the 89 kilo category, so it's going to be probably a good fight there to secure podium finishes. 96, I see 3 athletes, so it's just going to be the fight between who's going to take the top of that podium. 102, we've got 2 athletes there battling it out, and 109, Jassim on his own over there. All these athletes are representing their gyms. We have athletes coming from CrossFit Errata, CrossFit Lusail. We've also have some athletes from training out of the Miso's Boys Club as well too. And see a lot of teams being built by CrossFit Errata. So remember, this is a series of events, right? We are doing a weightlifting series. So it's 4 total series to win the overall championship. Each individual event accumulates points for each of these gyms, right? So as we can see, a lot of athletes out of CrossFit Errata are securing their points for their club, for their team, for their gym. Alongside CrossFit Lusail, they're getting some representation out of 2 of those athletes, and alongside Miso's Boys Club. So we have 2 more, let's say, competitions coming up throughout the year as well too. So if you're not part of this one, if you weren't part of the first one, you still have 2 more opportunities to join us and compete alongside these athletes. So make sure you reach out to us at the Barbell Club Qatar. easily reach out to us on Instagram. We'll be able to help you out if you want to join, compete, and be part of it. If not, if you want to assist, sponsor, not sponsor, I should say assist in the organization of the event, volunteer, by all means, send us a message. Let us know if you want to be part of the next one on the competition field. So we are coming up to about 5 minutes until we see our athletes come back out in their competition. I can see that we have our first athlete there named at the bottom. Mohammed's going to start us off in the 89 kilo category. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be back in about 5 minutes for our first athlete on the platform. right, folks. Mohammed coming out to start the session for us today with a 55 kilo opener of his snatch, competing in the men's 89 kilo category. And a no lift for Mohammed on that opener. A little bit of the wobble in that right elbow and loss of that weight in the forward position. So he's going to go back and decide whether he's going to reattempt that weight or if he's going to increase from there.
The first attempt was missed by Mohammed. The bar will remain at 55 kilos.
We'll see what he does at the tech table, if he's going to continue that 155 attempt or if we're going to see him come out for a different weight.
One minute, 30 second warning.
90 seconds for Mohammed. I think he's going to reattempt that same weight to secure a lift on the board for him. One minute remaining before we see Mohammed try and get a lift on the board.
Quiet, please.
And there he goes with a good lift to secure his spot onto the board, completing that 55 kilo attempt. Now again, he does possibly follow himself unless he increases to that 65 mark, then we'll see Jan come on out. So let's see what he declares at the tech table.
An automated increase of 1 kilo per minute.
Missing that first lift and having to relift that same lift kind of throws your game off as a lifter on there. So let's see where his head at with that lift. Looks like he's declared a 60 kilo for his third and final lift of the snatch. So he is going to be following himself. So by the rules, once the loaders have completed loading the weight onto the bar and have exited the platform, the clock will start, and because he follows himself, he'll have 2 minutes of rest before he needs to complete his lift.
Angle lift at 55 and then registered a good lift at 55. Now the bar moving to 60 kilos. Mohammed, the bar is
Bar is loaded, and his 2-minute clock has now begun.
One minute
90 seconds for Mohammed to finish out his snatch attempts, looking at 60 kilos on the bar. 1 minute remaining on that clock for Mohammed.
Mohammed has now increased his weight to 61 kilos. So with
New
that,
declaration for Mohammed to increase to 61, giving himself a bit of time as those loaders have to adjust the weight.
the bar is loaded. Quiet, please.
Two white flags and a red for a no lift. A little bit of possible questioning of the press out at the bottom, but it was very subtle as he was going down those elbows. Very, very subtle detail, but I think he's happy enough to get his lift on the board, finishing out his snatches at 61 kilos. Following him, we're going to see Jan coming out of CrossFit Lusail, opening his snatch at 65 kilos. This is Jan's first attendance of a weightlifting competition, and he's training out of CrossFit Lusail, competing in the men's 89 kilo category. .65 kilos being loaded onto the bar for Jan. You can see also that Jassim has a opening as well as 65, so Jan possibly will not need to follow himself for a few of his lifts, giving him opportunity to get a bit more rest between his lifts. Bar's loaded, time has started. 1 minute for Jan to complete his lift.
Quiet, please.
Two whites and a red for Jan for a good lift for that. Easy sort of power clean. I think he lifted it much heavier than he actually even needed to, or I should say gave it more power than he needed to. There was a bit of a bounce in the elbow. I think that's why one of those referees gave a red flag, but overall decision was a good lift. It was very, very quick in that. So he's going to return to the tech table with his coach to declare his second lift.
We have declaration in the warm-up area. The weight now adjusted to 67 kilos. 67 kilos, a green incremental plate on the outside of the lock. Bar is loaded.
All right, folks, Jan bar is now loaded at 67 kilos for his second lift. I can see his coach there in the background in the area giving him the little pointers to make sure that elbow is fully locked out once he receives that bar. much better on that for him. 3 white flags to secure his second lift on the board at 67 kilos. I can see that Jassim had declared an increase for his opener, so Jan will continue to follow himself unless he moves up to 75 kilos. And there's his new declaration at 70 kilos for his final snatch, so he will have to follow himself unless he makes another declaration. If you are following yourself as an athlete in the weightlifting rules, you will get 2 minutes versus the general 1 minute if you're following another athlete. Because Jan is following himself, that he will be granted 2 minutes until his next lift. He does have an opportunity within that 2 minutes to increase again to give himself a bit of more time of rest. When there is an increase for the weight for the same athlete, the clock is actually stopped or paused while the loaders load the bar, adjust the weights, and then once the loaders have exited the platform and completed, the clock continues. It does not reset. So as we look at it now, Jan has 1 minute and 30 seconds before he needs to start his next lift.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
And here he comes with 1 minute on the clock for his third and final attempt of the snatch. And 3 white flags for Jan as he exits the platform, completing his snatches with a good lift at 70 kilos. So good job for Jan on that. That'll finish his snatches as he goes back into the athlete area to prepare for his clean and jerks. Moving on, we're going to have Jassim coming on out, competing in the men's 109 category, training out of CrossFit Irada. His opening declaration at 75 kilos as those loaders load the bar. You can see that we've doubled up on loaders because this group's going to get pretty heavy pretty quick as we move forward. Bar is loaded for Jassim, 1 minute on the clock for his opening lift. And here he comes, big smile in hand, big cheer as well too. Local favorite out of this gym. And a valiant effort, but a no lift for Jassim. Very explosive, very quick on that lift. I think a little bit too much energy and excitement going on through there. It's always difficult with that first lift for most athletes coming onto the platform. A lot of nerves kind of going on that first one, especially because, you know, if you miss your first lift, it kind of throws your game plan for the next 2 lifts, because you generally, you know, you have an idea what your first opener is and your second and your third. So missing that first one now kind of rattles the game plan. So let's see how he kind of recovers from that, whether he's going to reattempt that first weight or if he's going to move himself up in weight to try to get more rest. He would have to go up to 80 kilos before we see the next athlete come on out to the board. Now, it could be a risk for him to get more rest but increase his weight, because we don't know if that other athlete as well too will place another increase, forcing Jassim to come back out. We don't know also how far or how close he is to his general maximum effort. So generally you want to be on the safe side with your opener weight. We call it that opener weight, right? We just want to get on the board with that first one, get our points on that total, and then we can start kind of going for gold, let's say. So let's see what we have there. He's got 1 minute left on the clock, so I think he's probably going to attempt the same weight again. Weight's going to remain the same, so he's going to play it safe and cautious, which is a good idea. You know, just get on the board. That's all you need to do. Secure your first weight, and then you can have some fun. Here we go. And a good lift for him, securing that weight. He definitely played it super safe and took it for a power. I think he missed that weight, that first initial weight, just because, like I said, he put too much excitement into that bar and just could not control that receiving position at the bottom of that snatch. So he secures himself 75 kilos for towards his total, I should say. He has an automatic increase, but we're probably going to see him go for, I don't know, maybe an 80 kilo jump, up to 80 kilos. Let's see where he's at. If he goes up to that 80 kilo, it does afford him the possible opportunity for another athlete to come out to the platform, allowing him more time to rest. Let's see what is going to happen. He goes up to 81 kilos. So that gives the opportunity for Saad to come out at 80 kilos, but that also gives the opportunity for Saad also to go up. I think Saad's probably going to take this at 80 kilos because I can see him there off to the side. Saad is competing in the men's 89 category, big group of guys in that category. He's training out of Miso's Boys Club. And again, one of the younger athletes, I think actually the youngest on this session, with his opening attempt at 80 kilos. And here Saad comes for his opening attempt at 80 kilos. So a valiant work from him to stick through that lift. 2 whites and a red still to give him a good lift on the board at 80 kilos. Now the next athlete is opening at 90 kilos, so Saad would have to jump up to 90 if he wants to afford himself some more rest. Let's see what his next declarated weight is going to be. I can see 85 on the board. Excuse me, there is another athlete. So Saad will go up to 85 kilos, and that can bring us Jassim on out to finish his snatches at 81. I'm hearing from the announcer that we've got a little cleanup needing to be done on the bar, possibly a bit of blood, so they're going to make sure that that gets cleaned. That's going to pause the clock for a bit longer, allowing for more time for that athlete, the following athlete, I should say. Jassim is going to come out at 81 kilos for his final attempt at the snatch. He luckily secured his second attempt to forward him towards his total. And here he comes. On the board, that's the important thing as well too. So we look back towards Saad, who's gonna possibly come out at 85 kilos for his second lift. 85 kilos loaded on the bar, and the clock has now started for Saad for 1 minute. See a lot of coaching out from his team over there, supporting him, prepping him. Again, he's one of the youngest athletes on the platform, so big accomplishment just being here for that. Great speed on the bar, but just a little shaky down there at the bottom for a no lift on that attempt at 85 kilos for Saad. Saad still has one more attempt available for him to secure that 85 kilo. I'm not sure if he's going to go up from there. I think he's probably going to come back out for that 85, maybe even give himself an opportunity of a couple seconds rest by going up to 86, but we'll see what the game plan is. He is following himself, so by the rules, he gets 2 minutes already if he is following himself. I'm now hearing a new declaration like I kind of thought was going to happen at 86, so that's going to bring loaders onto the platform. Clock's going to pause. And then restart again once those loaders have come off of that platform. So clock has started again, giving Saad the remaining 90 seconds before he's got to come back out. And here he comes for his third and final lift of the snatch session for him at an attempt at 86 kilos for our young athlete here. Oh, and a tough fight down there at the bottom for him as he exits the platform. Valiant effort for our young athlete with that. So that'll conclude his snatches, where we're going to see Abdulaziz starting off his opening lift at 90 kilos being prepared on the bar. Abdulaziz is competing in the men's 89 category and training out of CrossFit Lusail. This is Abdulaziz's second time competing with us in the Weightlifting Series now of this year. I remember he had a bit of challenges with lockout on that previous event, so let's see how everything's going this time for him as he prepares himself for his opening attempt at 90 kilos. And a no lift for him on that one. Overall, the strength and everything looked good on that. I think he was just off by a little bit in the position. Maybe the bar was slightly in front of him when receiving it. So I think there shouldn't be an issue for him to possibly go up, or if not, just play it safe and get on the board. I know he had a bit of challenges in that first series where he played a little risky as well too, almost not getting a completed lift for those lifts. So let's see what his game plan is following that no lift at 90 kilos. hear from the announcer before the update of the scoreboard that there might have been an adjustment to the weights. Let's see what we get. Oh, it seems like no, he's going to come back out for that same weight in an attempt at 90 kilos. And a no lift for Abdulaziz because he brings that knee down to the ground. See those spotters and loaders, I should say not spotters, come on out and probably wipe down that platform as a precaution of a possible slip. So let's see. Abdulaziz having a fight to get onto the board with 2 failed attempts at 90 kilos. Let's hope he gets his completed lift on this 3rd and final attempt. He is following himself, so he will get a 2-minute window. Bar is loaded and loaders are cleared, so his 2-minute clock begins now. I'm hearing a change in weight for Abdulaziz up to 92 kilos, so we pause the clock, adjust the weight, and allow the clock to continue from there. Giving Abdulaziz now remaining 1 minute and 40 seconds until he needs to lift again. Bit of pressure on him on this one. One minute now remaining on the clock for Abdulaziz to try and get something on the board for him. And 3 white flags, big sigh of relief for him as he gets on the board with that lift at 90 kilos. That'll conclude his attempt, 92 kilos. That'll conclude his snatches for the session. And we look to load 101 kilos on the board for Khalid Al-Hamadi. Here Khalid comes on out for his opening attempt at 101 kilos. And 3 white flags for Khalid, opening at 101 kilos. Securing his opening weight onto the board for him. Now we look towards what his next declaration is, as we have a few lifters at 105. So if he at least goes up to 105, that'll afford him at least 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 4 people ahead of him. So I can see now, yes, he did declare a 106. So we're moving now to Khalid Abdulaziz, yes, at 105 for his opener, competing in the men's 89 category. It's going to be cutthroat here, folks. We've got quite a few athletes competing in the 89. Yes, 6 athletes competing at the 89 bodyweight category. So we're going to see a bit of fights here to get every bit of weight on the board. So 105 kilos loaded onto that bar for his opening attempt. And a valiant effort, but a no lift from him on his opening attempt at 105. Following him, we'll now see Hussein coming on out for his start at the same weight at 105. Hussein's competing in the 96 category, training out of Miso's Boys Club. We have 3 athletes competing in that 96 kilo category: Misha, Hussein, and Salma, I think. Let me just check the name. Yes. Mohammed Salam.
He is now adjusting his weight. Will bring Mohammed Salman to platform with his opening weight set to 105 kilos. The bar is loaded.
So Hussein actually now declared 112 for his opener, so that gives him more time. And we look towards Mohammed at 105 for his opener. See that the 3 of these guys are pretty close with their openers, so we're going to see a good battle between Misha, Hussein, and Mohammed Salman. Another change of the weight in that weight class. So that is now going to move towards Sergey.
Seems like we have another change in the weight.
Lots of changes happening back there at the tech table, some game plans, some strategies happening. A lot of people don't know or tend to see it as far as what happens as far as the strategies, but all these weight changes and adjustments slows the clock, allows athletes more rest, speeds up an athlete to come on out to the platform when they might have not been prepared to come on out. So a lot of game plan also happens with this. So now we see Khaled coming on out for his second attempt at 105. And gets the 3 white flags to secure his lift, as he did miss that first attempt, and now gets a weight on the board. We're now going to move back to Mohammed Salman, who is competing at 96 kilo category, to see if he's going to come out or if he's going to make an adjustments to the weight. A little bit of tech issues there. You can see on your screen that he has 2 attempts completed, but he has not actually performed his first opening lift, so this is just a little bit of technical challenges there, but this is going to be his opening lift at 106 kilos.
Waiting for the all clear from platform. Mohammed,
Bar is loaded for Mohammed. And a no lift for Mohammed. You can see that he kind of received it in a bad position and had to let it go. So he is going to exit the platform and decide what he's going to do. He luckily has another athlete at 106, Khaled Al-Hamadi. So he probably does get the opportunity to rest. As I can see, Khaled is ready to go on the side there of the screen. Khaled had a successful attempt at 101 kilos, and so he's going to move up to 106 for his second attempt. Khaled is again competing at the men's 89 kilo category. A big attempt to save that as he tries to bring that chest forward. That bar was a bit behind him on that, but that is a no lift for Khaled Al-Hamadi at 106. Now Mohammed Salman is going to come back out possibly to attempt that 106 that he missed as well. It's looking like this 106 kilos is kind of a sticking point for a couple of these athletes. Let's see if we can kind of get over that hurdle and get a good lift out of them. Mohammed Salman still has not yet got a completed lift for towards his total, so hopefully he's going to come on out and secure a good lift from him. That bar did move pretty quick off the floor for him on his first attempt, so I don't think that strength is the challenge. I just think that bar was just off in the position that he received it, so hopefully he comes back out with a good approach to this. Second attempt for Mohammed. Does manage to stand it up, but gets 1 red and 2 whites for that left elbow that he can kind of see him touching on the way off the platform. Luckily, he does secure that for a good lift, so he is moving forward with towards his total. Now we're possibly going to see Khaled Al-Hamadi attempt that 106 that he missed previously as well. Again, strength I don't think was an issue. I just think the position of the bar was a little off for Khaled. He tried to save it, but couldn't manage to pull it off. So let's see how he does this time. Another difficult lift for him on that one. Putting a little bit of pressure towards him now. Moving to his clean and jerks. So he did manage to get 101 on the board, but managed not to get his 106 attempts to finish out his snatches. So he goes back to the training area to prepare himself for his clean and jerks. Now we look for Mohammed Salman to come back out to see what his plan is for his third and final attempt at the snatch. I can see a weight adjustment actually now for 110 for Mohammed, so that's going to give him more time in the back area as we look towards Sergey's bar at 108. Sergey is going to attempt his first opening lift of the snatch at 108, competing in the men's 102 category alongside Yevan. Clock is still stopped as we're getting some cleaning off of the platform, and now is loaded, so the 1 minute clock now starts for Sergey. And here he comes for his opening attempt at 108. Good job for him and a good lift. Good settle at the bottom, showing some patience and control. Receiving a little bit off balance to his left, but manages to stabilize it and stand up. Generally, it's hard to tell those athletes in the snatch. You have so much room as far as how much strong you are for that overhead squat. So generally standing up the weight in an overhead squat isn't that difficult part for them, but if they tend to rush out of the bottom, they could lose just their balance and end up losing that lift. So great job out of him to kind of stabilize, adjust his balance before rushing to get out of the bottom. So we have a change of weight for Mohammed to 110 kilos. This is going to be his final attempt of the snatches at 110 kilos. Mohammed had some challenges with that first lift, but manages to get his second lift at 106 on the board. So now he's putting it on the line at that 110. His coach there off to the side, giving him some advice and some help as well. Valiant effort from Mohammed, just missing that 110 kilo attempt in that snatch, just a bit forward on that position, or that receiving position. So he will move back to the training area, or the warm-up area, completing his snatches and looking towards the clean and jerk. Now we're looking back to Khalid Al-Abdulaziz for his final attempt at 111 kilos. Khalid is competing in the men's 89 kilo category, training out of Irada. Secured his 105 onto the board, and now he's going for that 111. And a valiant effort, but a no lift for him as he exits the platform, securing a 105 towards his total. Now we look for Hussein to come out with his opener at 112, battling out with Misha. and Muhammad, who has completed. Getting some cheers from the crowd for Hussein. $112 on the bar there for Hussein on his opening attempt. And a good lift for him for the power snatch at 112, putting him in good positioning in the men's 96 kilo category, but he still has to contend with Misha, who has yet to come out for his first attempt. So we now look towards Sergey in the men's 102 category, who had a good lift at 108 kilos and looking at 112 kilos for his next attempt. Sergey is competing in the 102 category alongside Yavan, who we have not seen come out just yet. Yavan has listed his first opener at 120 kilos. Again, stabilizing that bottom position, a little bit of leaning on that left side. Hopefully we're not seeing any issues or injuries on that left side of that athlete, but still gets a good lift, still moves on forward. We're going to see what his declaration is, because he could possibly follow himself. If not, we can see Misha come on out. And yes, he has increased his weight, so we are going up to 115 and possibly seeing Misha come out for the first time.
115 kilos for your next athlete.
Misha is competing in the men's 96 kilo category, competing alongside two other athletes fighting for that top podium position. $115 being loaded onto the bar as we see Misha off there to the side, prepping himself.
And we're ready to go on platform. Misha, the bar is loaded.
Solid lift out of him for his opener at 115. Following him, we're possibly going to see Sergey come out to finish off his snatch at 115.
Sergey, bar is loaded.
And think there might be a declaration change, not sure. 30 seconds remaining on the clock, so
We are changing the weight for
nope,
Sergey.
just in time for an adjustment.
116 kilos.
For Sergey, I can see on the board, yes, 116.
The clock will now resume at 33 seconds. Bar is loaded.
Seconds. Little tech issues as well too on the timer for the athletes. And a valiant effort from Sergey with that final attempt at 116, but a no lift, securing his 112.
We now move on to the next lifted to platform. With the bar set to 117 kilos. 117 kilos for your next lifter.
Bar's now going to be adjusted to 117 kilos for Hussein. Hussein started off with a strong 112 power snatch. Let's see if he continues that into the next few lifts. I think so. I do think so. And a missed attempt on that as the bar comes out through the back for that attempt at 117 for him. As it goes back into the warm-up area to decide whether he's going to follow that again or move up to 120 to bring out Misha and Yaven.
We are ready to go on platform. Hussein, the bar is loaded.
He will follow himself if he does not declare an increase. So he has 2 minutes before completing his next lift.
We do have a change in the warm-up area. We are now
I am hearing from the tech table that there is an adjustment to 119, so Hussein will still follow himself on this lift, but that does allow for a slight bit of rest for him as the clock is paused for the loaders. Loaders are off the platform, and clock now continues with 90 seconds on the clock for Hussein. One minute on the clock for Hussein. And 2 white flags for a good lift for him, going for the squat snatch to make sure he gets that lift and secure his third and final attempt.
Coming out of the weight set to 117
bar now being adjusted to 120 kilos. Yaven is now going to come out to the platform for his first attempt. Good lift for him on that 120 opener, setting himself up, already winning his class at the 102 kilo category. Misha now should follow him with a second attempt, looking at a 120 kilo snatch for Misha. Misha started off with a 115, a solid 115. So let's see how he does now with this 5 kilo increase to 120 kilos. Misha competing in the men's 96 kilo category. 1 minute on the clock for Misha. And a good lift for Misha with that 120 kilo snatch.
Your next athlete to platform. The bar has an automatic increase now set to 121 for Misha with a 2-minute time limit.
Let's see what Misha's declaration is. Possibly a 125. If not, I think I've seen Misha do above 125 in training. Possibly. We'll see what he goes for. So I'm still seeing one. Oh, there it is, 127 for his last attempt of the snatch. Bar is now being adjusted to 127 kilos for Misha's final snatch attempt at 127 in the men's 96 kilo category. Misha's already secured himself above the rest in his class, but we still, of course, have clean and jerks to follow.
Cleaning the platform, approach to the bar. Before we bring
Minute and 20 seconds for Misha to finish out his snatches. The entire room quiet with anticipation for the heaviest lift of the night in the snatch category, but we still have one more athlete with 2 lifts to go. And a valiant effort from Misha at that 127 kilo attempt as he comes off the platform, finishing his session of snatches, leaving us with one final athlete with 2 more attempts on the board. Yavan with a declaration of 130 kilos. And here he comes on out for his second attempt at 130 kilos. And a good lift for him at that 130 kilos. He still has one more attempt. He's already solidified himself for his weight class in the snatch category, but of course, we still want to achieve more, folks. We still want to see more.
And a 2-minute clock. But as I thought, the bar will now jump to 134 kilos in his third and final attempt.
And a declaration now set to 134 kilos for his final attempt at the snatch in the men's 102 category, representing CrossFit Errata.
And we're ready to go on the platform. Yevgeny, the bar is loaded.
For us comes in.
Seconds on the clock. 1 minute 30 seconds. We had another change in weight in the warm area. The bar
Another change of weight there for Yavan as he declares now 135 to be loaded onto the bar, stopping the clock and bringing out those loaders.
135 kilos. The bar is loaded.
And bar is loaded for him for his third and final attempt, 135 kilos. heaviest lift of the night, and this is just the snatch, folks. And a good lift for him as he finishes off his session of snatches for this evening and the session of snatches for everyone this evening. So great job out of him, great job out of all of the athletes. Looks like everybody managed to solidify a good lift for their snatches as they move forward into the clean and jerk. We're going to have about 10 minutes until the next session on clean and jerks. So stay with us, folks. Go grab a drink, go grab a snack. And then we're going to see some clean and jerks and big weights. All right, grab some popcorn, folks. I'll see you here in 10 minutes.
Niggas on my killing niggas on my bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. One and a half. 10 in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can get hit. It's big when I pull up POA. I make a call to school. I bet I get that a door. I bet I send it to the Lord. Got a bad bitch from overseas.
Fell in love, and that's okay. Some in love, we in that bed. Give me eggs, I want that. This is this. Close your eyes, don't shed no tears. Keep it dark, no shit. My bitch, you wanna leave? You fuck me slow, go do your thing. Let's have some beats, let's have some scenes. Play fight, make scenes. She got the petty sound, with no teeth. She got the titty sound, she want the teeth. She tatted up, I see you see. I know you see, I know you see us. You know I want that bitch, I wanna eat that hit. I wanna lick it up, I wanna fucking hit. I wanna feed you up, I want them diamonds big. I want it all on you, I want you all on me. Fell in love, that's okay, we in love. Oh my God, fell in love with the love. Show me love, I give you love. Fell in love, I fell in love. I want it for the love. Show me love. Look my fly, she got fly now, got a squad now, got a drive now. She club hopping, jewelry shopping, grape shining, grape finding. Yeah, you mine, that's why I'm saying like diamond. I treat you like my last dime, go broke, no joke. I cut your hoes off, I kill the rose talk. I put the doors on, she like to show off. Some bitches sweet, some bitches goes off. Put a ring on it, they got a ring to it. On my knees for you, I be doing how he ain't do it. I cannot speak for you, but I know they here for it. I speak your language, don't tell you they ain't doing it. Like girl, you dangerous, no, I ain't seen you, not till I see you. Don't treat you like queen do it. Let me sing to you, let me be the main music. I fell in love, that's okay, we in love. Oh my God, fell in love with the love. Show me love, I give you love. Fell in love, I fell in love. I want it for the love. Show me love. Fell in love, and that's okay. Some in love.
Baby, welcome to the party. I'm off the money to see in the lean. That's why I'm over retarded. Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. One and a half. 10 in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can get hit. Me and my sister. I get your body. Next day I forget it. Nigga, just go to body. And this on the can. Nigga, I was just with him. All my villain niggas, all my killing niggas as a kid. Since a young nigga, I've been drilling niggas, but I'm so stuck in my ways. Nobody ever gave me shit with this big chip, I had to get paid. And the same game gon' stay. And you know the streets getting lit. Baby, welcome to the party. I'm off the money to see in the league. That's why I'm over retarded. Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. One and a half. 10 in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can get hit. It's big when I pull up POA. I make a call to school. I bet I get that a door. I bet I send it to the Lord. Got a bad bitch from overseas.
Fell in love, and that's okay. Some in love.
Nobody ever gave me shit with this big chip. I had to get paid. And this sand can't go stay. And you know the streets getting lit. Baby, welcome to the party. Come up the money to sing the lead. That's why I'm over retarded. That's why I'm over retarded. Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Get me lit. Get me lit. Gun on my head. One and a half. Send it to click. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can get hit. It's big when I pull up, I'll be away. I make a call to school. I better get that at the door. I bet I send it to the Lord. Got a bad bitch from overseas.
Fell in love, and that's okay. So I'm in love, we in that bed. Give me eggs, I want that. This is days. Close your eyes, no shit, no tears. Keep it dark, no shit. My bitch, you want it lit. You fuck me slow, go do your thing. Let's take some beats, let's take some scenes. Great body, make scene. She got the petty sound. She got the titty sound. She want the teeth, so she tatted up now. I see you see, I know you see, I know you see us. You know I want that bitch, I wanna eat that heat, I wanna lick it up, I wanna fucking eat, I wanna feed you up, I want them diamonds big, I want it all on you, I want you all on me. I fell in love, that's okay, that's being lost. Oh my God, fell in love with the love. Show me love, I give you love. Fell in love, I fell in love. I want it for the love. Show me love, show me love. Look my fly, got fly now, got a squad now, got a drive now. It's a club hop.
And welcome back, folks, for our first athlete in the clean and jerk with Muhammad. And a good lift for Muhammad, starting us off in his clean and jerk at 70 kilos.
71, an automatic increase for Muhammad. 71, automatic increase of 1 kilo. Muhammad, the bar is loaded.
Muhammad will be following himself, as the next athlete is at 80 kilos, unless he goes up to at least 80 kilos. I see a declaration now of 75 kilos, so the loaders will now adjust the bar for 75 kilos for Muhammad's second attempt of the clean and jerk in the men's category, 89 kilo.
Muhammad, the bar is loaded.
And bar loaded for Muhammad, as he has 90 seconds for his second lift of the clean and jerk.
1 minute warning, 1 minute.
1 minute before we see Muhammad on his second attempt of the clean and jerk. Successful 70 kilo opener of the clean and jerk, and now going for 75 kilos. Muhammad competing in the 89 kilo bodyweight category. Two reds and a white for a little press out on that right arm and that split jerk for a no lift for Muhammad.
Bar remains at 75 kilos.
Muhammad has one final attempt for his session tonight. Let's see whether he remains at that 75 kilo or decides to increase the weight.
For Muhammad on his third attempt. No change it seems. Jamal will remain now at 75 kilos.
I'm hearing that he's going to remain at 75 kilos for his final lift of the evening. One more minute for Muhammad for his last lift of the night.
1 minute warning, 1 minute.
And here he comes on out. And a good lift for Muhammad to finish his session out, giving him his total of 136 kilos. We now look towards Jassim in the men's 109 category, opening at 80 kilos.
The bar is loaded.
And here we see Jassim coming on out, preparing for his opening clean and jerk at 80 kilos. Two whites and a red, securing a good lift for him on his opener at 80 kilos.
At 80 kilo. So the bar stays with Jassim. It's an automatic increase of 1 kilo. Automatic 1 kilo increase. Jassim, the bar is loaded.
We have a weight change that will adjust our athletes. We're going up to 85 kilos on the rising bar, bringing out Jan for his opening attempt at 85 kilos. Successful lifts for him, 3 greens, 65, 67, and 70 in the snatch. Let's see if he can get 3 greens again. Jan is competing in the men's 89 kilo category and training at a CrossFit Lusail. This is his first weightlifting competition. Good power clean. And a good split jerk. 3 whites for a good lift for Jan as he exits the platform, securing his opening lift at 85 kilos.
Automatic increase to 86. 86 for Jan, automatic 1 kilo increase. A declaration has been made in the warm-up area, and that brings out Saad Al-Hamadi for his first attempt at 90 kilos. 90 kilos on the bar.
We now see the bar being adjusted towards that 90 kilos for Saad Salah Muhammad. Al-Hamadi. Saad being our youngest competitor on the platform tonight.
The bar is loaded.
1 minute on the clock for Saad. Opening at 90 kilos. And 3 whites for him for a good lift for his opening attempt at 90 kilos for Saad.
Your next athlete for the bar at 90 kilos. Quick check on the lock. We'll wait for the okay. The bar is loaded. Jassim, the bar is
The
loaded.
bar will remain at 90 kilos for Jassim's second attempt as he comes out. And a good lift for him on that 90 kilos.
The bar again at 90 kilos for Jan. Jan, the bar is loaded.
And we look back towards bringing Jan back out for his second clean and jerk at 90 kilos. Jan competing in the very challenging group of the 89 kilo category. 2 whites and a red to secure him a good lift on that clean and jerk. I think that side judge on the right side, athlete's right, viewer's left, might have seen a bit of rebend in that right elbow of Jan, but he still gets a good lift and moves on forward.
Moves to 91 kilos for his third and final attempt in the clean and jerk. Fourth here from the platform, Jan, the bar is loaded. There's been a declaration in the warm-up area. Jan has now increased his weight to 93 kilos.
Jan declaring an increase at 93 kilos for his final attempt at the clean and jerk to close his session out. Bar is loaded for Jan as he has 2 minutes on the clock because he is following himself in the lift.
Quiet please. Quiet please.
Final attempt for Jan. Three white flags and a good lift for Jan for all 6 in the green. Great job for his first ever weightlifting competition, closing his session out for the evening for him. All greens across the board for him. Well done. Now we look towards Saad coming back out onto the platform for his second lift of the clean and jerk as 95 kilos gets loaded onto the bar. Saad competing in the men's 89 kilo category. Saad is training out of Miso's boys club and again our youngest competitor on the field.
Waiting for the ball here from platform. Sad, the bar is loaded.
2 minutes on the clock. Nice clean. And a little off balance in the receiving position of that split jerk. Getting a no lift for him as he exits the platform with one final attempt. That back foot on that split looked a little bit off in that position, so hopefully it adjusts on his next attempt. Jassim coming on out for his third and final attempt. And a no lift from him out of that as he walks off the platform, but that's all right. He's got
No lift for Jassim on his third and final attempt. Your next
a
athlete
total on the
with the bar set to
plates
100
at
kilos.
165. So he finishes his session out at 165 total.
Sir, the bar is loaded.
A valiant effort for Saad on his last available lift of the session.
Today for Abdulaziz Al Nasser with the bar set to 115 kilos.
Abdulaziz Al Nasser is going to be the next coming athlete for his first opening lift of his clean and jerk at 115 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Abdulaziz is competing in the men's 89 kilo category. Abdulaziz had that big scare with his snatches where he missed his first two lifts and managed to barely pull off that last lift, securing a total for his snatch. Now he comes on out to try and hopefully redeem himself throughout this competition. And sadly, no lift for him on that one, on his first attempt. Hopefully we don't see the same thing happening, where he plays it down to the wire on his lifts.
Abdulaziz, the bar is loaded.
As it stands, Abdulaziz is the next athlete.
We have a change in weight.
Change in weights coming up.
He's now moving the weight to 116.
Abdulaziz will now go up to 116, affording him some time to rest as he follows himself on the lifts.
Abdulaziz, the bar is loaded.
And here he comes again to try and secure a good lift on his clean and jerk. Two whites and a red. Sigh of relief from him as he exits the platform and gets his weight on the board. Now we're still looking to what his next increase will be, if he will have to follow himself, or if we'll see Khalid Al-Hamadi come out for his opening attempt at 118.
From the OK on the platform, Abdulaziz, the bar is loaded. Now register the change. We're moving the bar to 100.
Abdulaziz has declared a new weight, so he will get some more rest as we look towards Khalid Al-Hamadi coming out for his first clean and jerk at 118 kilos now being adjusted onto the bar. Khalid Al-Hamadi had a difficult start. Had a good start at 101 on his snatch, but got challenged with his increased attempts at 106. So he's going to come out for his first attempt of the clean and jerk at 118 kilos. And a good lift from him on his opening attempt at 118 kilos. You notice as he comes out onto the platform, he makes a gesture to the referees about his elbow, showing that he has limited range of motion to achieve a lockout.
Automatic 1 kilo increase for Khalid Hamadi. Khalid, the bar is loaded.
Khalid declares 122 kilos, moving him up in the standings to bring out Abdulaziz, who will attempt 120 kilos for his closing attempt of the clean and jerk.
We already on platform, Abdulaziz.
Abdulaziz will come on out for his final attempt with 120 kilos for his clean and jerk. And a no lift from him as he pressed out that bar to overhead, and he knows it, but that's a good night for him. He's finished. He's got his total, securing him at 208 kilos. Now we look towards the bar being adjusted to 122 kilos for Khalid Al-Hamadi to come back out. Khalid has his second attempt now.
Khalid, the bar is loaded.
Two whites and a red still securing that good lift. A little bit of wavering in that elbow from one of the referees, but that will get him a good lift. Two whites and a red. New declaration for Khalid at 126, so we'll look towards Khalid Abdulaziz to come out for his first attempt at 125 kilos being loaded onto that barbell. This will be Khalid Abdulaziz's first attempt, first opening lift of his clean and jerk at 125 kilos.
Abdulaziz, the bar is loaded.
And a good lift for Khalid Abdulaziz for his opening at 125 kilos.
Bringing your next athlete to the platform with the same weight set to 125. His opening attempt in the clean and jerk. Mohammed Salman. Bar is loaded.
We're now looking at 125 kilos for Mohammed Salman's first opening attempt of his clean and jerk.
40 seconds. Mohammed Salman, 40 seconds. Quiet, please.
And a good lift for Muhammad on that clean and jerk at 125 kilos.
Now to 126. 126 for Mohammed Salman. Mohammed Salman, bar is loaded.
120.
Made by Mohammed Salman.
One. Oh,
The bar to
excuse me. We now look towards Khalid Al Hamadi for his closing attempt at 126.
is loaded.
valiant effort from Khaled Al Hamadi as he ends his evening and session for him. Khaled Al Hamadi secured a 223 kilo total for his session. So far, standing in unofficially second place. Let's see once everything's tallied up.
27 kilos in opener for Sergey Kravchenko. Sergey, the bar is loaded.
We now move towards Sergey for his opening attempt at 127 kilos for his clean and jerk.
Quiet, please.
And a no lift for Sergey on that one, on that split, as he exits the platform and decides what he's going to go for next.
For Sergey, in his second attempt at 127, the bar remains the same. As we wait for the all clear on the platform, a quick reset of the bar. We are ready to go. Sergey, the bar is loaded.
I see Sergey over there at the tech table writing something down, so we could expect a weight change coming up soon.
A change in the weights has been made.
And yes, he goes and declares a 132, moving us back to Khaled Abdulaziz, who has a coming up 130 kilos being adjusted onto the bar.
We're ready on platform, Abdulaziz. The bar is loaded.
And here Abdulaziz comes for his second lift of the clean and jerk at 130 kilos. And a no lift for Khaled on that one, as he had that press out in the split jerk. He still has the opportunity for another attempt. We look towards Mohammed with the same weight of 130 kilos for his second lift of the clean and jerk.
And we're ready to go on platform, Mohammed. The bar is loaded. Warning.
Here comes Mohammed on his second attempt. The clean and jerk. 130 kilos on the bar. And two whites and a red for a good lift for Mohammed Salman on that attempt. our change or weight adjustments being declared now for 132. So now we look to see Sergey coming out for his first attempt. Excuse me, no, his second attempt at the clean and jerk. He did miss his first attempt at 127 kilos. And a valiant effort, but a no lift from Sergey on that clean and jerk.
Missed a second attempt. He missed a second attempt for Sergey Gavchenko. The bar will now remain at a 132.
132 will remain on the bar as it stands for Sergey. He did miss his first and second attempt at the clean jerk, so he is in dangerous territory now to not get a total. He needs to complete a lift in the clean and jerk to get a full total. I see a declaration for him to move up to 135, giving him more time to rest and recover and get his mind right as we look to Khalid Abdulaziz on his third and final attempt at 134. Khalid had a great opener at 125, but missed his 130 kilo attempt, and I was going to try for 134. This will be his third and final attempt to close his session out. Currently, Khalid is leading his weight division in the men's 89 kilo category. Whether he makes this lift or not, he is in position for gold. And a valiant attempt from Khalid as he exits the platform and finishes his sessions for this evening. We have four more athletes remaining, three of which have not even lifted yet. Stick around, folks, we're going to see some big weights coming shortly. 135 now being prepared on the bar for Muhammad. Final attempt of his clean and jerk.
We are ready on platform. Ahmed Samad. The bar is loaded. 40-second warning, 40 seconds.
30 seconds on the clock for Muhammad to finish out his session for this evening, secure his total. 135 kilos on the bar. Big clean out of there. And regrettably a no lift. Valiant effort, tough lift for him. Closing his session out for this evening.
A successful previous attempt, a 135 being a miss.
That'll give Muhammad a total of 236, with still 2 more athletes in his weight division who still need to lift. We now put the big pressure towards Sergey to get a good lift on the board for his clean and jerk. No problem on the clean for him. And a tough lift attempt for him as he exits the platform, but regrettably he will not get a complete total as he missed all 3 of those clean and jerks. Now we look towards Misha, Hussein, Ayavin, who have not even started their clean and jerks just yet. The bar now looking to be adjusted to 137 kilos for Misha's opening attempt of the clean and jerk. We have a nice battle going between Misha and Hussein now in the same weight division of the 96 kilo weight division, only separated by 1 kilo between the 2 athletes. Misha just ahead with a 120 kilo total, and Hussein just behind him at 119. So now the fight begins with the clean and jerk. And a good lift for Misha, securing that 137 opener as we look to Hussein following him. Here begins the battle of Titans.
Bringing along your next athlete to the platform with a weight set at the set number 137. It's an interesting little duel going to happen here. We have a weight change by Hussein Sitsawi that sends
I see an adjustment now for Hussein, going to 139 kilos. I think as there's some big smiles over there in the warm-up area, meaning Misha will then have to follow himself. And he does not, because he declares now 142 for Misha. So we look back to Hussein with his opening at 139 kilos on the bar. We see Hussein coming out, so we don't think he's going to make any changes. Coach giving him some last-minute advice as we see him preparing to approach the bar. A power clean. Two reds and a white on that attempt.
That will bring him out again as the bar remains the same.
Little dispute. Not dispute. Review of the videos.
A quick referee review on top, and we see it ready to go on the platform. 139 kilos, bringing out Hussein. The bar is loaded.
Clock has now been set for 2 minutes for Hussein. Whether he's going to reattempt at 139 or make an adjustment. I see his coach at the tech table. "90 seconds on the clock. I do not think they will make the change, and he will come back out for 139. And a no lift for Hussein for that press out in that jerk as he exits the platform with one more attempt left to go.
The bar will remain where it is, 139 from Hussein Tatawi. We have a declaration.
Hussein now declares for a 143, hoping to see Misha come on out, allowing his opportunity to rest, review with his coach in the back training area. And I don't think Misha will rebuttal, as I can see him coming out to the side, prepared for his attempt at 142.
We are ready on platform, Misha. The bar is loaded.
Misha coming on out second. Clean and jerk attempt, now going for 142. And a good lift for Misha, securing that 142, pulling ahead of Hussein.
Is a good lift. And that will bring around Hussein
Now,
Tatawi.
a lot of pressure on Hussein now, as if he secures this lift, he ties Misha's total.
And there has been a weight change.
And there's an adjustment now from Hussein going for 144. So if he completes that 144 for Hussein, that will pull him ahead. Misha now showing 143 on the board. So Misha would be the next. Misha also declares 144, so that brings out Hussein at 144.
A 144 adjustment.
If both athletes complete this 144, Misha will pull ahead of Hussein by 1 kilo. So a lot of pressure, a lot on the line now for these athletes. Hussein needs to complete this lift to get a completed clean and jerk to add to his total. You can cut the tension with a knife.
Hussein, bar is loaded.
And wow, there he goes, and he gets his 144, putting the pressure back towards Misha. As it stands, Hussein now is ahead of total by 1 kilo ahead of Misha. So Misha needs to complete this 144 to secure his gold. Told you folks, this is a big battle. Third and final attempt, an attempt to secure his position in first place. And a good lift for Misha as Hussein comes out to cheer him out to secure his gold.
144, Hussein and Misha lead with those two totals in the clean and jerk.
And that will finish that battle for the men's 96 kilo category. And we finally get to see Yavin come on out as he's been waiting out there in the back all by himself.
150 kilos for Yevgeny.
Yavin will come out with an attempt at 150 kilos. And 150 kilos loaded on the bar for our final athlete of the session and the day. And a good lift for him, starting off that commanding presence of 150 kilos on his clean and jerk. Of course, he is the only athlete on the field left, so he will be following himself for all of these coming up lifts. He's already secured his total for his division at 285 kilos, securing gold.
As Yevgeny is following himself, he gets a 2-minute window. We call for a quick intermission on platform. A quick intermission on platform.
Now we have the declaration for Yavin at 159 kilos being adjusted onto that barbell. again, we have a change of weight up to 160 kilos, allowing for more rest for Yavin.
We are ready on platform. Yevgeny, the bar is loaded.
Two minutes on the clock. 160 on the bar. Valiant effort, but a no lift for him on that attempt at 160.
We are ready on platform. Yevgeny, the bar is loaded.
Two minutes on the clock for his third and final attempt to close out his session and the entire session of this event. And a good lift for him to close him out for the session, bringing his total up. And that is concluding our session for this evening. We still have, of course, our award ceremony coming up, folks, here in about 5 to 10 minutes of our athletes to give our final scores and awards to those athletes as they prepare for the podium. Thank you guys for tuning in. My name is Daniel. Thanks everybody for coming along for this event. We've seen a lot of highs and a lot of lows from all the athletes and impressive numbers all around. Special thanks to our sponsors and partners for the event. Of course, CrossFit Arata for hosting the event, Oakberry, Grams, The Approved Market, Force Sports, and Bravery Athletics. We do also have tomorrow in the same location, same time, is going to be the ladies only event. Of course, it will not be broadcast, but if you want to come as a lady to come support and give some cheer, come on down to CrossFit Errata, where you can support our female athletes that will be competing in tomorrow's weightlifting event. Now we're going to turn to the platform as we prepare for award ceremony, and we can get our totals on the board. So bear with us, folks, about 5 minutes and we'll get the award ceremony going.
Rule checks only, yes? It was just rule checks. We're going to be announcing our athletes and giving the medals out. So, Mr. Kareem, are you ready? Arabi? Okay. Kareem Jahez, are we ready? We're at 89. Huh? Okay. It's a good idea. Next time. Alright, 1 minute. 1 minute, we'll be right back. Let me check with the athletes on. Congratulations on the silver medal. Now, we have participants who this may have been the first time for them. Look. Hey, guys, this is here. Wow. Where'd you go, man? See how got to. All right, well, in third place, Mr. Abdulaziz Nasser, please. I think that man left also. Abdulaziz, I'll get to you in 1 second. In 1 second. Hamad, first participation. Very late entry. Can we all get a big hand? The best part about this is we changed to the platform so everyone can try. Well done. And now, in first place, I know you've been rushing. You just want to jump on the podium because you earned it. First place, Mr. Abdulaziz Khalid. Well done. Congratulations, 89s. Well done today. This was incredible. We're so proud of everyone, what you guys have done. Congratulations. Can we get a picture, please? Simon. Congratulations, 89s. Can we get a hand, please? Well done. All right, we're going to go to the 96s. I think everybody witnessed how hot that got. I think Coach Asuna is going to have words with me tomorrow. I hope we understand that everybody today performed to their limitations. There was a few PRs, including Mr. Hassan's PR. So, can we bring out the 96ers, please? Karim, can we bring out the 96ers, please? All right, welcome your 96ers to the stage, please. Right here, please. Right here. Right in front. Please give these guys a round of hands. This is a battle weekend. These two guys, best friends, and constantly battling 1 kilo apart. So, yeah, I might have screwed you a little bit. Apologies on that. In third place, Mr. Muhammad Salman. Can we have him on that? Right there, please. Mr. Muhammad Salman, can we have you on the podium, please? Yes. Awesome. All right. In second place with a difference of 1 kilo. Just 1 kilo. 1 kilo is not. All right, in second place, Mr. Hassan Sitawi. This was close and high. So in first place, I won't take too much time. Misha! Congratulations, 96. This was the battle of the day. Can we get a big picture, big hand, please, for everyone? 96s, please. Can we get the big hand? Congratulations, 96s. Awesome job today. Well done. Too much drama. Thank you, guys. Stop. We'll see this play out on Instagram. At least 2 months. I don't want to hear the other for the next year. Alright, can we have the 102s please on the stage? Can we have the 102s? Yep, Kenny, yes. Can we have everybody? Can we give him a big hand, please? Now, Sergey is recovering from a calf injury. And he was a very late entry. It was an argument between me and him telling me he shouldn't sign up. That's the reason for the jury Sunday. That's a 145 entry of the week. So today, he's not here, so you're getting gold medal, biggest weights. Congratulations, amazing job today. I don't know how you do it, man. That second pull, there's no contact. Yeah, Kenny, how do you pull without contact? The second pull. How do you pull without contact? Beautiful. Well done. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. Well done, sir. Thank you so much. Alright, so last but not least, the gentleman from 109. Wait, last but not least, gentleman in 109. First competition. Just decided to start weightlifting only 3 months ago. I said, I'm going to compete. And he made it. Then we have Mr. Justin Ashir, please. Congratulations. Congratulations, Justin. Well done, sir. Justin, please. Congratulations, Roland. Congratulations, Justin. Congratulations to all the lifters. Thank you all for attending this really long vlog. Thank you so much. Tomorrow, ladies only event. Please, ladies, yes only. Alright, all this will be blocked off. Tomorrow's ladies event, I'm sure it's going to be as rough as this, if not more. Thank you so much for attending. See you guys later.
All right, folks. Well, as you heard it, that concludes our lifting session for today for the men's competing in the Barbell Club Weightlifting Series 2 of 2023. I'm your host, Daniel, with the most. Thanks, guys, everybody, for tuning in. Tomorrow's ladies only, so if you are a lady and you only want to come on out to CrossFit Irada to support the ladies as they compete in the weightlifting event. Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. What an amazing event. What an amazing adventure. Have a great night, and I'll see you on the next one.
the boy up and then I go stay in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit. Gun on my head. One in the head. Set in the clip. Baby, don't trip. Just lower your tone. Cause you can get hit. You my sister. I get your body. Next day I forget it. Nigga, just go to body. And this on the game. Nigga, I was just with him. All my feeling niggas, all my feeling niggas, all my killing niggas as a kid. Since a young nigga, I've been feeling niggas, but I'm so I stuck in my ways. Nobody ever gave me shit with this big chip, I had to get paid. And the same game gon' stay. And you know the streets getting lit. Baby, welcome to the party. Come up the money to sing the lead. That's why I'm over retarded. Baby, welcome to the party. I hit the boy up and then I go skate in a Rari. Baby, welcome to the party. Bitch, I'm a thug. Give me lit.